Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. How are you guys doing today? Let me just do a check-in on the mic here. Everything, make sure the audio is okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trial. All right, cool. All right, so Holly, good morning to you. Julie and therapist Juno, good morning, good morning. Gordon, good to see you. Season's greetings to you as well. Dreama Landry, hello, good morning, good morning. Fala, good morning. All right, so today, because it is Christmas Eve, we are going to be doing a rewatch that does not include SA, does not include M, does not include K, does not include anything too gruesome. So this is New Hampshire versus Guerrero, OnlyFans Stalker and Addict. I got, I'll show you what I'm dealing with over here. Yep, little Polly. I got a little munchkin keeping my back warm. All right, plus I'm like sitting awkwardly because she's taking the entire back of the chair. Kathy Smith, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. All right, so focus. All right, so Christmas Eve right now, folks. No trials have been going on, obviously, all week, so we're in rewatch mode. So I thought I'd pick something that's not so gruesome. I was going to go with another trial, but it involved a little kid, and I didn't want to go there. So this is New Hampshire versus Guerrero, OnlyFans Stalker and Addict. So prosecutors allege that a 20-year-old Pennsylvania man tracked down the home address of a woman he met on OnlyFans, drove to her residence, and hid in her attic. From there, he reportedly came down at night to record videos of her while she slept. So it's kind of interesting, right? Not too gruesome, not too bad. The woman reportedly knew Guerrero and had previously shared her address after he convinced her he wanted to gift her a television and fireplace. Interesting. However, she told police his behavior quickly became aggressive and that he began sleeping in his car outside her home. Yeah, that's not creepy at all. How old is Kitty? We believe we first saw her. Her name is Polly, after Paulie Gaultier from The Sopranos with his hair, because she has ear fur that sticks out. At first we thought she was, sorry, I've got a little runny nose. At first we thought she was like a bobcat. But we saw her back in late May, June-ish. So I think she was probably born in April or May, early May. So I'm thinking she's about 6 to 7 months. Hey, OnlyFan. I can't help but to think of you when I found this. I was like, oh, OnlyFan. I just thought it was cute. Anyway, all right. So let's get to day one. This is 6 hours. So day one is 6 hours. So this will take us to about 3 o'clock. So let's get into it. All right. Let me pip squeege myself back down here. Oops. And turn off the thumb. And here we go.
Any of the jurors, and I know you know that, and I know you won't do that. It came to my attention through our communications office yesterday that there may be a side agreement with the prosecution to pixelate certain witnesses. I just want you to know that is not a court order. You're not obligated to do it. You may have agreed to do it, but you're not obligated to do it. And in the future, for the sake of the parties, it's my opinion that Rule 204 provides the exclusive mechanism for restricting or limiting media access. If a party wishes to limit or restrict, they have to file a motion to do so. It may be that the media agrees to do it, but I have an independent obligation to assure public access to the courtroom and side agreements like that do not give me the opportunity to ensure that all of the proper considerations are taken into account. And you have certain standards that you have to meet. So I'm not going to interfere with any agreement that you may have made. I just want it to be clear to the media that you're not under any obligation to make those agreements, and there is no court order restricting your access except for the jurors. All right, thank you. So let's bring in the jury.
Please rise, jury enter. Please be seated.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So the first thing you've already observed is that there is a packet on your seat. That's a notebook for you to take notes if you choose. I'm going to give you an instruction on note-taking in a moment. For now, you can set those packages down because you will not be taking notes for a little bit. The first order of business here this morning is swearing your oath as jurors, and then the clerk, after she takes your oath, will be reading the charges to you. Following that, I'll be giving you very brief preliminary instructions, which will include instructions on note-taking. So at this time, I am going to ask the jury to stand, raise your right hand, and swear your oath according to the clerk.
Thank you, Judge. Members of the jury, do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will carefully consider the evidence and the law provided to you in this case, and that you will deliver a fair and true verdict as to the charges against the defendant? If so, please say, I do. I do. Thank you. You may be seated. I'll now read the charges to you. In docket number 219-2022-CR68, charge ID number 1977940C, the state has charged the defendant Mauricio Guerrero with burglary. The charging document alleges that on or between the first and last days of January in the year 2022 at Somersworth, the defendant did commit the crime of burglary in that, with the purpose to commit the crime of violation of privacy and or theft therein, he entered 34 Highland Street, an occupied structure that was not open to the public at the time, and which he was not licensed or privileged to enter, and such entry was at night. In docket number 219-2022-CR64, charge ID number 1948114C, the state has charged the defendant Mauricio Guerrero with burglary. The charging document alleges that on or between the 7th and 9th days of February in the year 2022 at Somersworth, the defendant did commit the crime of burglary in that, with the purpose to commit the crime of violation of privacy and or theft therein, he entered or remained unlawfully in 34 Highland Street, an occupied structure that was not open to the public at the time and which he was not licensed or privileged to enter. In docket number 219-2022-CR64, charge ID number 1948115C, the state has charged the defendant Mauricio Guerrero with burglary, and the charging document alleges that on or between the 7th and 9th days of February in the year 2022 at Somersworth, the defendant did commit the crime of burglary in that, with the purpose to commit the crime of violation of privacy and or theft therein, he entered or remained unlawfully in 34 Highland Street a second time, and such residence is an occupied structure that was not open to the public at the time and which he was not licensed or privileged to enter. In docket number 219-2022-CR64, charge ID number 1977910C, the state has charged the defendant Mauricio Guerrero with burglary, and the charging document alleges that on or between the 7th and 9th days of February in the year 2022 at Somersworth, the defendant did commit the crime of burglary in that, with the purpose to commit the crime of violation of privacy and or theft therein, he entered or remained unlawfully in 34 High Street a third time, and such residence is an occupied structure that was not open to the public at the time and which he was not licensed or privileged to enter. In docket number 219-2022-CR68, charge ID number 194-8138C, the state has charged the defendant Mauricio Guerrero with burglary, and the charging document alleges that on or between the 7th and 9th days of February in the year 2022 at Somersworth, the defendant did commit the crime of burglary in that, with the purpose to commit the crime of violation of privacy and or theft therein, he entered or remained unlawfully in 34 Highland Street a fourth time, and such residence is an occupied structure that was not open to the public at the time, and which he was not licensed or privileged to enter, and such entry was at night. In docket number 219-2022-CR4, CR64, charge ID number 199-2047C, the state has charged the defendant Mauricio Guerrero with violation of privacy. The charging document alleges that between February 8th, 2022 and February 9th, 2022, that the defendant did, for the purpose of arousing or gratifying his sexual desire, knowingly viewed RN without her consent or knowledge in her bedroom, a place where she would have a reasonable expectation of privacy. In docket number 219-2022-CR64, charge ID number 199-2048C, the state has charged the defendant Mauricio Guerrero with violation of privacy. The charging document alleges that between February 8th, 2022 and February 9th, 2022, the defendant did unlawfully and without the consent of RN, a person entitled to privacy therein, use a device for the purpose of recording images of her private body parts. Members of the jury, the defendant has been arraigned on these charges and he has entered pleas of not guilty. With that, he puts himself upon his country for trial, which country you are. The county attorney has joined the issue for the state, and you are to say by your verdict whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the crimes charged. Please listen carefully to the evidence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so in a few moments, we're going to have the opening statements of counsel. Let me briefly describe to you what the opening statements are, what their purpose is. The opening statements are an opportunity for the attorneys to inform you of what they expect the evidence to be in the case, and perhaps the significance of some of that evidence. It is essentially a roadmap for what the trial is supposed to look like from their perspective. What the lawyers say in their opening statements, however, is not the evidence. It is only what they expect the evidence to show. The evidence comes from the witnesses and the exhibits that are entered into evidence. So, in addition, you are permitted, as I mentioned, to take notes in this case. I do not allow note-taking, however, during the opening statements. The reason for that is because the opening statements are not the evidence in the case. So when the opening statements are done, I will try to remember to remind you that you can open up your notebooks and take your notes. If you decide to take notes, and it's entirely up to you, you're not obligated to take notes, but if you decide to, I would caution you to follow the following instructions. Do not attempt to make a verbatim transcript of what's happening in the courtroom, taking down every word that the lawyers say, every word that I say, and that the witnesses say. First of all, that's impossible to do. Secondly, your notes should only be a memory aid for you. And if you try to take down everything that's happening, you're going to be so consumed with note-taking that you may miss some important things that a witness is saying or a question that a lawyer is asking. So try not to overindulge in note-taking. One of the other reasons it's important is you may find as a juror, in assessing the credibility of witnesses who are testifying, that it may be just as important to you what the witness is saying as how the witness is saying it, what their body language is, their facial expressions, how they react to certain questions. I'm not saying those are important considerations to you, but they may be. And if you are over-consumed with the idea of taking notes, you may miss some of those observations that could be important to you. Another word about note-taking, as I mentioned, they are for your own memory aid. You will have the notes available to you in deliberations, but you are not to use them as some kind of authority to persuade other jurors that their memory of what happened is correct and theirs is not. In other words, you cannot hold up your notebook and say, see, I wrote it down, that's what happened. The reason I don't allow that is you yourself may make a mistake. Or you may be misinterpreting your own note. You may have written something down, but then as you're talking to the other jurors, you may say, you know I wrote that down and I think the language is correct, but it doesn't mean what I thought it meant. So you want to make sure that you're not trying to persuade other jurors that you're right just because you wrote it down. Finally, you may from time to time observe that I'm taking notes. Simply because I'm taking notes does not mean that you have to. And simply because you may be observing that at a particular moment I'm writing something down, that doesn't mean it's important. I take notes for a very different purpose, and I may be writing something down that has nothing to do with what the witness is saying. I have to make legal rulings as the trial develops, and based on my experience, as things are developing, I may write things down to remind me later that if a lawyer is asking for something, that this is what I recall happening. So just because I'm writing it down doesn't mean you have to, and you should simply ignore the fact that I'm taking notes. All right. Typically for our process, I will sit for about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes. I try not to go much longer than that because I think it's difficult to continue to pay attention after that length of time. So we'll take a break about every hour to hour and 15 minutes. Those breaks are usually somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes long, which means we'll have a break in the morning, a break in the afternoon. The lunch hour is usually about 45 minutes to an hour. Depending on how the day is progressing, it might be a little shorter or it might be a little longer, but that's roughly how it'll go. If you need anything throughout the course of the trial, if you need to take a break for any reason, if you need a drink or anything like that, or if you need to stand up and stretch, just raise your hand and we'll make sure that you're taken care of. The most important thing here is that you are comfortable so that you're able to pay attention to the proceedings, hear and see all of the evidence, that you are the finders of fact in this case. You are the ones that will determine what happened. So it is most important that you are able to pay attention at all times. So simply get my attention by raising your hand. There will be a bailiff sitting right there. In fact, there is a bailiff sitting right there, actually to your right, usually sitting to your left, but he's to your right today. Just make sure you get his attention as well. Finally, as I mentioned at jury selection, there will be media coverage of this case. You already noticed that there's a camera off to your left. One of the things I assured you of at jury selection is that your images will not be broadcast in any way. It's a very professional media outlet who covers the case. They know the rules. They are very experienced in this, so you don't have to worry about your images being captured in any way. I would just remind you to ignore the fact that there is media coverage of this case. The fact that there are cameras in no way should influence your deliberation, your behavior, or anything like that. Simply ignore the fact that they're here. And then if you do happen to see any media coverage or hear any media coverage outside of the court, I'd ask you to ignore it, turn your attention away, not listen to it, not expose yourself to it to the best that you can. But if you are inadvertently exposed to some media coverage, please report that to the clerk the next morning so that I can discuss it with you. All right, thank you. So with that, opening statements, the state does go first, so you'll hear from Attorney Garrod and then Attorney Starbranch. Attorney Garrod.
In the few months, he went from being attracted to infatuated to obsessed. To the point where he lost all ability to think reasonably, to control his impulses. He made a series of very poor, very alarming, and ultimately very criminal decisions. On 5 occasions, between January 20th, 2022, and February 9th, 2022, he broke into Rachel's mother's home in Somersworth, where she was living, driving all of 350 miles, 5.5 hours from his home in Sunderland, Pennsylvania. He used by using the back window, breaking into the car and going through the truck belongings. A few weeks later, on February 7th, over the course of 48 hours into February 9th, he made 4 separate entries into her home this time coming prepared, with a pry bar in order to open for windows, gain entry, and a to-do list, a literal to-do list that included things like getting a key copy, planting microphones in order to hear her, and putting a tracker on the car. Now, while he's in her house during that 2-day time frame, he makes himself at home in the attic, food, and even a cup to urinate. He does things that are on his list, such as making a key copy so that he can have a better access. And he also does things like steal her underwear, photographs. Some of these entries, the defendant made sure, including the final entry, when he came in around 2 a.m. in the middle of the night, when he knew that Rachel, her mother Victoria, and her 2-year-old son Weston would be sleeping. The defendant broke into Rachel's home for no other reason than he had an obsession with her body, and that culminates that night. Goes into her bedroom, lifts up the covers in her bathroom, takes a video of her vagina for his own personal. Now, the facts of this case, from the start to finish, are almost stranger than fiction, as the truth can sometimes be. Right down from the defendant first met Rachel, the defendant all the way from Madison, Pennsylvania, and Rachel here living in Somersworth. And that was via this OnlyFans platform that we talked about on Monday. Now, OnlyFans is this platform where essentially a person can have a page or a channel, and other users can access that by paying to subscribe. It can be things like cooking tutorials or teaching somebody to play musical instrument. But of course, the internet, what it is, it's commonly used to post pictures and videos of naked women, and the men there that pay to access them. And that's what this initial meeting was. Rachel had a page on OnlyFans where she would post nude pictures and videos, and the defendant was her subscriber, fan, if you will. He followed her page, and they engaged in various sexual banter. There's a message option on that app, which allows, private requests and things like that. And at first, this relationship is purely transactional. She's communicating with the defendant because she's being paid to. But at one point, she gives him her personal phone number. And this messaging transitions from OnlyFans into this more personal realm of private cell phone texts. And as it did, the messages themselves. Rachel, who goes by Bella online, told him her real name, and that she has a young son. She's a single mother. At first, she's engaging in these texts because of the fact that she's buying flat screen TV and this fireplace space heater item in the hundreds of dollars and sending them to her house. Mother's address when she moved back to her. But then sometime around November or December of 2021, these lines start to get blurry between this fake sexual online play into a more personal world where real people are having real discussions and the defendant develops real feelings. So he has her number. And one day he takes this very drastic step and he decides to get in his car and drive again at 5.5 hours, 350 miles to her house and just takes his chance and shows up. This is December 7th, 2000. Rachel is understandably a little freaked out. She tells him she can't see him, she's 2-year-old, she can't just drop everything and go out and see the defendant. And he leaves that day without getting to spend any face-to-face time with Rachel. They still have not actually met in person. A couple weeks later, he does this unannounced visit a second time. And that time, she does agree to see him. And they have consensual sex in her apartment before she sends him home. After that, from December to mid-January, he comes up 2 more times unannounced again, 350 miles. But on both of those occasions, he does not get to spend any time with her. She sends him away. Perhaps frustrated by this, on January 20th, 2022, he again drives that long distance to Somersworth, and this time not only does he not tell Rachel that he's coming, he never tells her that he's there. Instead, he goes in and he breaks into her. Now you hear about this home that she shared with her mother. At that point, she had moved in around Christmas back in with her mom. And it's this old Victorian house, kind of like a maze. And it's got these two back rooms, one's unfinished, and the one behind that is almost like a barn, that are attached to the house. There's an old wooden window on that back barn that slides to the side open, but had been secured by someone with a nail so it couldn't slide all the way. The defendant is able to break that window and then prop it back up afterwards so that if anybody was just looking at it quickly, they would not be able to know necessarily that the window was broken of this old area of the house that nobody really goes to that often. So while he's in there in that back room, going through her childhood schoolwork, we know this because he took a photograph of something clearly important to him, a poem that she had written in grade school called Here Are Summer Raindrops. And we also know this because his fingerprints were on the cellophane sheet protector that was used to contain it. So when he leaves, and by the way, that pictures, those timestamps from that are about 3 days. So he leaves. Rachel and her mother have no idea he's in town. Obviously, no idea that he's in that house. And perhaps emboldened by the fact he got away with it on January 20th without anybody knowing, he returns a few weeks later. He drives all night, and he gets to Somersworth, New Hampshire, around 4 a.m. on February 7th. So that's a Monday. And as I have said, when he returns, he has a to-do list. This to-do list lays out his plans from when he was there and demonstrates that he is on a mission. And that list, that to-do list, is found later in the notes section of his cell phone. It has things like go to her house, then put a tracker on her car, lock her house, find her room and her stuff and get my shit back, get a key copy, put microphones and stuff to hear her, log into her phone hopefully, make sure to be very careful and sneakful around her home. Remember, get her phone and open it and unblock me on everything. It also details her son's name, his date of birth, a description of where her two friends live, that she drives a white Jeep. It lists her license plate and the name and number of Nate Wilson, the guy she had been seeing. So over the next 2 days, from that Monday to early Wednesday morning when he's arrested, he endeavors to complete this list. On Monday morning, he's able to get in using a pry bar that he brought up on a few different windows that he attempts to use on, or he's able to get one open and climb inside the home. He takes Rachel's keys right from the living room kitchen area while Victoria is getting ready for work. He leaves, and instead of just keeping that key to use to get inside of her house, he goes and makes a copy so as not to arouse any suspicion he returned the original. So he sneaks that in the house in order to return the original and puts the keys on Monday night, which Rachel, by the way, and Victoria have been turning the house looking for all day, and puts them kind of underneath the kitchen island as if to say we've been all along. It's Monday night. When Victoria comes down the next morning to get ready for work, she sees these keys that she's been looking for all this time and thinks to herself, oh, I thought I looked there a million times, but here, thinking nothing of it. And while he's in the house returning the keys, he does take some of Rachel's belongings, as I said. We're going to measure her underwear, some photographs of her that were around the house. Before he leaves again, this is Tuesday morning now we're talking about, to go on a McDonald's run. Goes and gets some breakfast at McDonald's, some hot cakes, some hash browns, and brings them back to the house, at which point Rachel and her mother are gone. And as he enters the house around 10:15, he sort of takes his time, goes around the house, filming the interior, taking pictures of her bedroom all while eating his breakfast. And at some point, he goes into the attic and brings his food up there. We know at some point that day he decides to leave again because he needs to go to Target to purchase a tile track. I'm sure if you're familiar with those, it's an Apple product. So they can go on items and keys and stuff, and you use an app in order to track where it's going. He purchased that at Target, and he returns to the house. And this is around 9:44 p.m. that he's making that purchase. When he comes back to the house, it's late at night. And while he's debating his next move of whether or not he's going to sneak in and how, Rachel texts him. And she's saying, thinking, he's in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, that she's drunk, that she's lonely. She's drunk, she's intoxicated, and something she does when she's feeling that way, things like, "I wish you were here." But at this point, he had been here. Roughly 43 hours he had been here. But of course, she doesn't know that, and he doesn't tell her. So now we're up to 11:30 p.m. on Tuesday, February 8th, going into the 9th, Wednesday. And we'll get into more of this conversation that the two are engaging in. That thing. But Rachel does eventually go when he says, "Oh, guess what? I'm in town." Say doing this another unannounced visit. She does agree to go out and meet with him in his car. They kiss in the car. He pushes her head down to engage in oral sex, which she does for a brief second and then comes up and says, "I don't want to do that." They have a discussion and she leaves, spend all of half hour together. And she goes back into her house. And keep in mind, this is only the second time that they've ever had a face-to-face interaction. First being having a camera when she agreed to sleep with him, and this being now a total of about 2 hours total that they spent face-to-face. But she goes back inside, and it's now about 1 a.m. The defendant waits a little while. He texts her at 1:51 a.m. and asks if she's awake. There's no answer, and he knows that she's been drinking. He waits 20 minutes, attempts to see if she's awake by calling her from a blocked number. There's no answer, so he re-enters. He takes his shoes off and leaves them at the door so as not to make noise. And for almost 2 hours, he's hanging out in her house while she, her mother, and her 2-year-old are sleeping upstairs. Ella knows how he spent those 2 hours in her home around 2 to 4 a.m. But we're able to piece it together from evidence that's found at the scene. For example, part of the time he was there, he was hiding in the attic because they found the tile device that he had purchased up there after he's arrested. He had wrapped it in blue masking tape as if to conceal what it was, but there it was, the tile that he had purchased. And they also found the McDonald's breakfast food, which he had apparently stored up there for later, as well as some graham crackers that he stole from her. We know he was up there for at least long enough time and he had to urine. The McDonald's cup, which had a previous beverage in it, assumingly, was now filled with urine. We can also piece together some of the things he was doing in the home because of the activity on his cell phone. During those hours where he is in Rachel's home, he's doing things like using Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. He's listening to music. Actually, his earbuds were found at the scene. He's accessing the flashlight tool on his phone. He's in his notes app, quite literally checking his to-do list. We know that at some point, he came down and was walking around the bedroom. And we know this because at different times throughout the day, he's doing things like taking pictures of different items that are in a room. For example, at 2:30 in the morning, he takes a picture of her license plate, which was left on one of the rugs. Sorry, not license plate, license. About an hour after that, he took a picture of her cell phone lock screen. But of all the strange things he does that night, perhaps most concerning is the video he took at 3:19 a.m. when he lifts again, like I said, and covers the bed, into her bathrobe, and takes a video zooming in on her bare vagina. After that, he hangs around for about another hour until 4:15 when Rachel wakes up. Now you'll hear about that experience from Rachel herself. And she'll tell you that when she wakes up, she initially sees a figure, thinks she sees a figure in the doorway, but she's half asleep. And while in the back of her head, she's thinking that this guy, the defendant, who she knew was obviously around, she thinks maybe also it's her mom, or maybe that she's just imagining it. So she goes around the house to look. She's careful not to wake her son, Weston, and she goes into her mom's room, tries to wake her up. Says, "Mom, I think there might be someone in the house." And as they're doing this, they start to hear noises above their head. The defendant, they're at it. And then they start to kind of freak out. They call the police. When the police get there, they come into the house and walk upstairs. They too can hear these footsteps on the attic and roof. They go outside, use their flashlights, shining them on the roof, and sure enough, there's the defendant, and he scuttles over to the other side. They run back up through the house. The police officer ultimately enters the attic, sees the window that the defendant had opened and cut a hole in the screen, and ultimately gets the defendant to come back in through the window and they arrest him in his bare socks. Now, after the defendant had been arrested, all the police basically know is what Rachel and her mom know, and that's the defendant was there in the early morning when he was arrested. At this point, they haven't gone through his phone. They haven't seen the video he took. They haven't fully interviewed Rachel or him, or processed the crime scene, and they don't really know what they're dealing with. So you hear about how this investigation sort of unfolds, and they have to kind of work backward and figure out that he had been in the house for the last 2 days and back in January. And as I try to talk to him to get his side of the story, he downplays it. He says, well, we were fighting, we were arguing. I went in that night, sure, but I was just doing it to get my stuff back. Oh, by the way, the door was unlocked. I didn't break in or anything. And after getting that story, police kind of finding out the details almost simultaneously. Seeing this video on his phone, finding the urine, the McDonald's, stuff like that in the attic, and they go and they confront him with these details that don't really fit his story. They confront him and confront him and confront him until finally he admits to what he's done. Now, one thing he does not admit to, because the police had not gone back in his phone all the way to January, is that January 20th break-in. So he's not asked about that. He doesn't tell them. But he is specifically asked when he was here in January, when he had come to see Rachel. Completely disincludes that January 20th trip. Now, I'm sure probably some of you are wondering, what exactly is this relationship between Rachel and the defendant? These two people that meet on this unusual platform are communicating, not spending any real time together when they are engaging in sexual activity. That's a good question. And it's not an easy thing to put a label on. I said earlier this started as a very transactional relationship. The lines eventually got blurred, and that's true. But to Rachel, at least, they were never in a relationship. And when the defendant asked, were you ever in a relationship? He agreed. He said, well, there was always this really tough thing. In order to get the full picture, it's important to know about where Rachel was at the time. She was 24 years old, a single mom. Despite posting videos of her naked body, she would think maybe she's a confident person. She actually had incredibly low self-esteem. She had bad relationships with men, and she was drinking a lot. And so when the defendant comes along, showering her with these compliments and gifts, and clearly enamored, she liked it. She even encouraged it. She flirted, she spent her free time on the phone with him, FaceTiming him, free of charge. And even though she didn't really want any sort of real relationship with the defendant, this conversation that she has with him over text messages doesn't necessarily reflect that. And especially true if she had been drinking and texting with the defendant. At one point telling him she kind of liked the fact that he was a little obsessed with her. Now, when he would make his surprise visits, and this person that was online is suddenly on her street, sure, it freaked her out, but part of her was also flattered. She wanted to be wanted. She wanted the attention from men, good or bad. And another part of her felt guilt. She knew she encouraged his feelings, and it was partially her fault that he would drive up all this way, spend all that time coming to see her, because she would say things like, I wish you were here. And part of that guilt sort of manifests in the sleeping with him. At times, Rachel was hot and cold. She would go from saying that this is too much, you have to stop talking, I'm going to block you. And then she'd go back to talking with always these kind of hypersexualized overtones to the messages, since that is how this relationship initially started. And you'll see some of those messages. I don't see all of them. We'd be sitting here for a full extra week. But you'll see some, and you'll see that especially the messages that they exchanged on that day, February 8th, leading up to when he's arrested. And it's very indicative that day of how they spoke to each other over the course of this time frame. 1 minute, she's accusing him of not being able to move on, asking him to leave her alone. And then 12 hours later, when she's been drinking, asking if he wants to FaceTime her, saying that she thinks she's in love with him, that he's the only one that makes her feel special, and wishing that he was here. And when she's texting him, he sees that those text messages say she doesn't know, but he's in town, on her street, and he thinks it's his chance. And he tells her, what would you do if I was here right now? And she goes out to see. So you'll see those messages, you'll see the break in those messages when she goes up to talk. And you'll see the messages afterwards when she goes back inside and thinking about it, gets really mad at him for thinking that he just has the right to show up at her mom's house, picks a fight with him, and tells him to never come here again. For his part, he does engage in this kind of toxicity. And you might even feel a little bit sympathetic towards him, because at times Rachel is not really being fair with his feelings. But of course, having a girl play with your emotions doesn't give anybody the right to break in your house. Now, I don't know what the defense is going to be when I sit down and he gets up here. He mentioned on Monday something about role playing. And the defense may be that since there were times where she said that she loved him or liked that he was kind of obsessed with her, this somehow was permission for him to hide in her attic and film her while she's sleeping. Or maybe that this was some kind of sexual fantasy that they both had or acting out. And while you consider that, or if you consider that, there's a couple things that you'll hear in evidence that I think you can pay attention to. And that's when the detective sergeant testifies about this interview that he had with the defendant the day after he was arrested. And he specifically asks, did she ever invite you into her house? He says no. He specifically asks, did she ever tell you to break in? He says no. You'll also see 2 notes that the defendant wrote to Rachel. At one point, he had left one on her porch. It's actually been found until a few days after the fact, but a note that says, please forgive me for whatever I do. He writes another note in the police department to Rachel, apologizing for what he had done. Also, pay attention to the evidence of his actions, and especially the messages that he sends that day, where he actively tries to hide from Rachel the fact that he is in town, that he never tells her that he had been there, for example, for the 43 hours leading up to the evening of February 8th. And the fact that when the police come that night, instead, or when Rachel wakes up that night, instead of staying and engaging in some kind of like role play, he leaves and runs out off onto the roof in his socks. You also pay attention to what you won't hear. And that's any sort of evidence in phones or messages where they plot out some kind of role-playing sexual tryst that involves him hiding in her attic and urinating into a cup. What the evidence will not show is that Rachel or her mom, for that matter, either asked for or deserved to have the defendant creeping around in and out of their home, stealing their belongings, and violating their most basic privacy rights. What the evidence will show is that the defendant did these things, not because he thought he had permission to, but because he felt compelled, because he had gone from fan to fanatic and became obsessed with Rachel. And at the end of this trial, after you hear all the evidence, I will come back and ask you to find the defendant guilty. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Attorney Scarborough.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's funny, yesterday we did the jury selection and talked about why the year and we tried to do it with that. It's funny, I didn't realize that Attorney Glau was going to be so upset by the role play issue. And you'll see why in a bit. The evidence is going to be, and this is the thing about this case, you're going to find somewhat interesting and maybe a little unusual. There's not a lot in dispute here. This is a case where, we may hear lots of forensics and things like that. The fact of the matter is, Mauricio was interviewed 3 times for hours. And they were taped and they were transcribed. There's not going to be a lot of dispute about, mechanically what happened. The dispute's going to be about why and what it means. That's what it's usually going to be. And I don't want to role play what happened. But ultimately, you're the ones who are going to decide whether or not this is a burglary. And that's what the issue really is here. So there may be some misconduct going on here, maybe some is criminal. The issue here is it's a burglary. It's just a burglary. Let me just sort of introduce Mauricio here. I know sometimes, I told Mauricio, that Richard Nunez knows him well. So I'll call him Mo from time to time because you'll see that in multiple interviews that we hear about. Mauricio, when this happened, was 19 years of age. He was really big. Richard Nunez, of course, is 24. He does live in Pennsylvania. He lives here with his mother, see that. But she's here by herself because the rest of the family is down in Pennsylvania, working family restaurant. They have a Mexican restaurant in North Philadelphia. And it's better, the whole family works there, as does Mauricio. In fact, Mauricio practically worked with death. Really doesn't have a lot of time to do a lot of socializing outside work. The complaining, when this Nunez, they meet on OnlyFans. And as you heard from Attorney Rod, it's a site that's used to sell material. So people call it person basic content. There's a subscription service, and the person subscribes and buys the content. This is typically the extent of any kind of connection the purchaser and the content maker will have. Usually they don't have. There's no personal phone numbers exchanged. This is unusual. And this is where things really go south because there is a relationship here. And a relationship which she actually welcomes, not just tolerates, but welcomes. Financially she does well. He's generous. And he gives her money and gives outside the OnlyFans site because she wants them. So let's make no mistake about it. They make that drop into the friend zone and then into more of a lover issue. They become lovers, and there's no question about it. They had consensual sex twice. They are lovers by definition. They cross that line. And one of the things that concerned about this case is really what he is his client. And she knows it. She's known this right along. She's been playing him right along. And it's in her interest that he doesn't. And he doesn't know that he's a client. He thinks that they actually have mutually enjoyed a relationship. And this is what, this is the trouble in this case. This isn't your usual burglary, which is economically motivated. People think to themselves, burglary, well, that's when some guy in the math breaks in and steals some silverware. That is not the case. Not even close. Like I said, there may be some issues, maybe there was an issue of privacy. You'll have an opportunity to determine that. You'll have an opportunity to determine whether or not this is a burglary, or is it really a criminal trespass? Is he really trespassing and taking pictures he's not supposed to be taking? Burglary, folks, is the unprivileged or unlicensed entry into an occupied structure. Okay? That also can be a trespass. What makes it a burglary is the intent. What makes it a burglary is what was his intent when he crossed that threshold. He has to have the intent to commit a crime before he goes into that house. He has to go into the house with that understanding that I'm going to break in to steal silver or steal what happened. It's obvious from the indictment states not being clear either because that division of privacy is not sure. But this is going to be the issue: is what was his intent? And honestly, a lot of the stuff that you've heard in the opening, the mystery seeking out, the fingerprint people doing forensics on cell phones and things like that, and it's going to take hours to get through it. The fact is, not necessary, because largely everyone's in agreement about what happened. And the reason why everyone knows what happened because she told 3 separate issues, 3 separate detectives. It wasn't pleasant. Remember, he's 19. This is a shock to his system. Not only is he, finding out sad truth, which is a client. Now he's finding out he's also finding himself facing a police officer for hours and hours and hours. And it's all going to come down to what is the intent. The first time he does come up, it is unannounced. It is in December. And she doesn't want to see him. And so he leaves. Fair enough. And by the way, while this is going on, they're always constantly in communication. You're going to see books and books and books of messages, older than that, text messages, thousands. This is going on throughout. Whenever he goes on the visit, it's discussed online, text, and they discuss it afterwards, or sometimes they discuss it before. Sometimes he surprises her, she'll see her. He comes bearing gifts when he does that, when it comes up. This is sort of thing that sort of developed. But closer to Christmas, the first visit was roughly January 7th, but that's probably as it closer to Christmas, he comes up and she welcomes him. He's like, okay, great. And they basically have a date. He stays for a couple hours in her home. She doesn't go. He stays there, and they engage in sexual activities, intercourse. And then, he leaves some money and he leaves some gifts. He also, and this is interesting too, because, most people who are contact providers don't usually give their addresses to their clients. She does. She does that so he can have stuff delivered to her house. She's all for it. Like I said, he's the one that doesn't understand he's a client. She doesn't really ever have it. Yeah. She doesn't have any feelings for him whatsoever. Really. It's still a relationship. It's just her, and she knows that, and she exploits those feelings. She exploits those feelings in a very mercenary type of way. And remember, she's really in a position of control here. She's older, she's in the business, he's young, naive, stupid. Not saying he's a dumb person, he acts dumb, stupidly. She's in love, she's let him on. And, to say that she's sending mixed messages, which, by the way, is one of the ways she describes this. She's interviewed as well. And one of the ways she describes this, well, I guess I was sending mixed messages. Well, that's she also describes her behavior as leading him on and messing with his head. Her words. She actually tells him, repeatedly, she tells him that she loves him. She tells him that she enjoys having sex with him. And he's wishful. She's ready to believe that. He wants that more than anything else in the world. So when she says to him that, I love you and I love having sex with you, he's on cloud nine, he's floating. This is the tragedy here. He really got to do it. And at the end of the day, there is it. Still 19. Or maybe it's 20. This is the tragedy. What you're going to see, what you're going to find after the evidence closes this case, and again, largely it's going to come from his own mouth. You're going to hear, at least you can hear from detectives talking about interviews that he did, and they were videos. What you're going to find is that, yes, he went into the house. Yes, he was making himself home there. But his intent is going to be the issue. He didn't go in and steal things. He didn't go in to take pictures. The thing to say, he took it, dumb, no silverware, no money. The act of going into his house was impulsive. It wasn't planned out. Yes, he had an idea how he was going to move her, how he was going to go about that. But he doesn't plan ahead of time and say, well, I'm going to go in there and steal stuff, or I'm going to go in there and take pictures. No, he goes in there impulsively to sort of sit there and wait. He doesn't live around here, he needs a place to stay. Sometimes he stays in hotels. Sometimes he sleeps in his truck. But this is what we're talking about, because at one point they asked him, well, why did you go in the house? You have this date there, and this is the thing. He goes up the day this happens. February 8th is probably when it happens, maybe the 9th, somewhere around there. When this happens, they actually have another date. He picks her up, he goes out to her house, he waits for her, she comes out, they walk, they engage in more sex, basically. And after that, they have a fight, and some of the things she says to him is, well, I'm going to throw your stuff. She's got some stuff. There's some sunglasses, she's got something his mother gave him, she gave him a special hat, beanie, she's got the sentimental value, she's got that. There are some things that she has. Also, the TV set, they get in a fight, she'll say, well, just take the TV and go. Or I'm going to throw the TV away, just take it and go, take it to the fireplace and go. They have this fight, then they make up. Incidentally, at least one of these times, if not more, he starts to get a little smart and says, this is terrible, I'm out of here. He actually tries to get away from her. She reinitiates the contact. She reinitiates, and she actually says some things like, I actually enjoy having someone obsessed with me. I like this game. I like it. So this is the problem. This is the problem with this case. She's 5 years old here. He's her client. And the tragedy in this case is he doesn't know it. He doesn't know it. When he went into that building, that house, it was impulsive. You could just easily say, "Wow, he took brand practice. He must have gone in there to eat something." No, he doesn't know what he's doing. He just goes in. And frankly, when you talk to counsel, talk about to do this, he actually says to do this. What are you going to do in there? And he says to do this. Get my stuff back. Not that he's getting his stuff back. So at the end of the day, you're going to have choices. At the end of the trial, world that you get, I'm not going to give you our views of the world. Which will be different, but you're going to find that the evidence is going to be somewhat consistent with whatever his view of the evidence is. But you'll be given the law by Judge Howard. Judge Howard can talk to you about what your options are. And you'll have options, perhaps to convict him of stuff that he did. Maybe you'll find he did not. But at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to find that he went into that house with a purpose to commit any kind of crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Ramos, are you calling the first witness?
All right, guys, before we get into witnesses, I want to just kind of review what we heard in opening statement. And the audio is a little wonky. I got a noise gate on it right now, so it's compressing a lot of things. So I'm going to take that off, and there might be a hum. So let's see if we can deal with that for a little while. But real quick, okay, so the state comes on with their opening statement. They say Mauricio had a to-do list, and among those was to put a tracker on this person's car, who we don't know her name just yet, and to put microphones around. She communicates with him, so her name is Rachel or Bella online, and she is an OnlyFans. So they are claiming that he makes unannounced visits, but then they say that they did have consensual sex. I think I can say that because we're not monetized. He comes over 2 more times, but Rachel sends him away. And then Mauricio breaks a window in the back of this house on January 20th. He takes pictures of a poem and leaves fingerprints on the windowsill, so they know that he was there. Then he leaves without detection. So he figures, okay, I've got a way in. Then on February 7th, he has this to-do list, and it's on the notes section of his cell phone. And then they mention Nate Wilson, who I put that down, but this is just a guy that Rachel is seeing. So we'll see if we hear from Nate or not. Monday morning, he uses a crowbar to break in, even though he had already broken in. But I guess he uses a crowbar to break in again. Okay. Tuesday, he goes to McDonald's and he films while Rachel and her mom and her 2-year-old are gone. He goes into the house and films it. Rachel texts him that she's alone and drunk, not realizing that he's outside. Then 11:30 p.m., she comes outside of the car. They kiss, and he forces her to have oral. And after, I think she said 3 seconds, she's like, nope, I don't want to do that. She goes back inside, and he goes back inside, hangs out for 2 hours with Rachel, mom, and the son in Weston. Let's see, goes back inside, hangs out for 2 hours. Okay, so she goes back inside, and then he's hanging out for 2 hours in the house with Rachel, her mom, and her son, who's 2 years old. They don't know he's in there. He takes pictures. And then at 3:19, he lifts he's taking video, and he lifts her bed sheets, and she's naked. So he's taking video of her. Who sleeps naked in New Hampshire in February? I hope she had warm blankets. She wakes up and sees a figure. She's not sure who it is. He runs out, and then she wakes her mom up, and they check the house, and then they're getting freaked out. and that's when they hear noises in the attic, so they call the police, and then the police catch him in the attic. It is, Allie B, yes. Usually we're pretty good with them. Sometimes this one is a little wonky. So Rachel's 24. She posts naked photos of herself on her OnlyFans. She has low self-esteem, has trouble with boys, guys, men, boyfriends, so she drinks a lot. Mauricio showers her with attention, so she accepts that. I guess he love bombs her. She likes the fact that he's obsessed with her. She wanted to be wanted, but she also feels guilty for encouraging him. So what do you think, people? Do you think, I don't know, which you have low self-esteem and that you encourage somebody? I don't know. It gets weird very quickly. Eventually, she gets upset at him and tells him to not come back because he did come over and I guess they had sex twice. In the police interview, he was asked, did she ever invite you into the house? He says no. Did she ever tell you to break in? He says no. Then where did they have sex? And he writes a note, please forgive me for whatever I do. Then the defense gets up and he says, there's not a lot to dispute. Mauricio was interviewed 3 times. The dispute is not, that it happened. It's why did it happen? What drove him to do this? And he questions, is this a burglary or not? It's not just a typical going in and stealing. He mentioned graham crackers, but he didn't steal silverware. He didn't steal money. So does that make it justifiable? He's 19 when this is happening. He lives with his mom and they have a family Mexican restaurant. He's very generous with his money. They jump quickly from friends to lovers and they have sex twice. It's not your typical burglary. And then what was his intent? First time he comes, it's unannounced. And they have thousands of text messages are exchanged. I guess they're making this, again, justifiable why he did what he did. When he visits, he brings gifts. And when they have sex, he pays her. So kind of sounds like a prostitute. But he gives him her address. She's older and in control, so she's manipulating him. She leads him on and messes with his head. Repeatedly tells him that she's in love with him. She loves having sex with him. He takes her underwear, but no silverware or money, so I guess that's okay. He goes in impulsively and didn't plan this out. Well, why did he have a to-do list then, if he didn't plan this out? Yeah, Father, she asked for it. I guess. So, yeah. I agree he crossed lines, but with the prior commenter, I also agree mixed signals. Yep. All right, well, so that's that. All right, I'm going to take this filter off of this feed. So it's a noise suppression. So we may have some hum. So let's see if we can deal with this. All right, check your earbuds and your microphones, or I'm sorry, your speakers, because it might be a little bit louder. So just be aware. All right, we're going to pick up with State's first witness.
State.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Sergeant Nicole Lefebvre.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the state is calling its first witness. This is where you can take notes if you choose, so you can get your notepad ready to begin. It's entirely up to you. Yes. Standing Rachel. Ma'am, if you could come forward, please. You'll notice that the witness stand has an opening to the right in the back. When you enter the witness stand, if you kindly remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Attorney Ramos, when you're ready.
Your Honor. Sergeant Vic, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. I'm just going to start by just having you just state your first name, last name, and spell your last name for the record, please.
It's Nicole Lefebvre, and that's Lefebvre.
Sergeant Lefebvre, where do you currently work?
Somersworth Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Somersworth Police Department?
About 8 years.
What's your role within the Somersworth Police Department?
I'm a patrol sergeant.
Can you describe your duties as a patrol sergeant?
Manage my shift. I'm responsible for 2 or 3 individuals underneath me as patrolmen. Give advice as needed.
Did you receive any special training in order to become a police officer?
I did. I went to a 16-week police academy in Concord.
No. On February of 2022, were you a certified police officer in the state of Hampshire?
Yes.
I just want to ask you about that time frame, and specifically direct your attention to the early mornings of, or early hours of February 9th, 2022. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And at some point during your shift, did you respond to 34 Highland Street in Somersworth?
I did.
Why did you go to that address?
Got a call about a noise complaint, possible raccoons up on the roof. The caller really wasn't sure the cause for the noise.
Now, can you describe, did you respond by yourself or?
I responded, yeah, with one of my other officers, Officer Self.
Now, once you arrived at 34 Highland Street, what do you do? How do you control that scene?
So we made contact with the calling party, Victoria Burke, who told us that she was hearing some noises up on the roof. So she immediately brought us inside, kind of showed us the layout of the house, and showed us where the noises were coming from at that time.
So you arrived at the house, you said you responded with another officer. Do you both go inside the house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once you're inside the house, where do you go?
She brought us to where she could hear the noises. It's an older house, so it's a little bit of a maze, but she brought us in the front door around a couple corners into a set of stairs that went up onto the second floor.
And were you able to hear those noises yourself?
We could hear some scuffling at that point, yes.
Could you describe what the noises or what it sounded like?
From there, it sounded like light footsteps. We couldn't tell at that point if it was an animal or a person.
So once you hear these light footsteps or noises, what do you do?
So I continued talking with Victoria, and my other officer, Officer South, continued to investigate the noises. While speaking with Victoria, Officer South explained to me that he could hear louder footsteps that he believed to be human at that
Where
point.
were you at this time?
I was speaking with Victoria just around the corner from the stairs, I believe.
Now, did you stay inside the house the whole time?
While I was speaking with her, yes.
So after you're done speaking with her, where did you go?
After we spoke with her, my officer said he believed the noises were coming from the roof, so we stepped outside to get a better vantage point of the roof at that point.
What were you able to observe at that point?
I walked out of the house, and the house is situated on a hill. So I walked down the hill to get an easterly view of the house, and at that point I saw somebody crawling across the roof.
And was this roof connected to the same house that you were just in?
Yes.
So once you see that someone's crawling out of that roof, what did you do?
I announced myself as a Somersworth police officer, and I ordered him to come off of the roof.
Did he do that?
No, he continued to crawl across the roof and out of sight.
So now, once he continues to crawl, what actions do you take after that?
My other officer, Officer South, was on the other side of the house. So from there, I radioed to him and asked if he had sight of him, because at this point we had both sides of the house covered. He notified me that he could see him on his side of the roof at that point. So I made my way over to his side.
And now, so you're both standing on the same side of the house at that point?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
So I asked Officer South where he saw him, and he stated that he saw him on a flat part of the roof, which was under an attic window. So I proceeded to go into the house. I ordered Officer South to stay where he could see the individual on the roof and keep eyes on him while I went inside of the house.
Now you're inside the house. Where in the house did you go to?
I immediately went upstairs to the attic. There's a window in the attic that goes out to that flat part of the roof.
Can you describe what you're observing while you're at the attic? What does it look like?
So as soon as you open the door, it's an older house, so it's a very steep set of wooden stairs with a low hanging roof or a ceiling right there. So going up into the attic, there wasn't a lot of headspace, so I had to crouch a little bit. Going to the window, I did see it was closed, but I immediately noticed a hole in the screen that was big enough for a person to fit through.
And after you noticed this window that had that broken screen, were you able to see the person that you had observed outside?
As I opened the window, he was crouched in the corner of the roof just outside of the window.
So once you noticed that he was there, what did you do?
I ordered him to show me his hands and to come through the window with his hands first.
Did he do that?
Yes.
Now, once you're both inside across the threshold of the window, what did you do?
I ordered him onto his stomach, and I detained him at that point.
So after you detained him, were you able to identify him?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that?
I believe it's, I don't believe I put that in my report. I believe I asked him his name, and he told me his name.
Now, Officer, did you write a report in this case?
I did.
And is that, looking at a copy of your report, refresh your recollection?
Possibly.
You are Matt Roach.
Yes.
So, Officer Lafayette, I'm showing you a copy of your report. I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph right here and look up at me when you're done. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So, Officer Lafayette, I'm going to re-ask you the question. Were you able to identify the individual that you had observed?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
By his Pennsylvania driver's license.
So now I just want to switch gears a little bit and ask you about some of the items that you were able to observe while you were inside the house. Can you explain to the jurors what areas of the house that you looked at?
Sure. So entering the house, you enter through a side porch, and then it comes into a kitchen area. Off of the kitchen, there's an older room that they use mainly for storage. And I found a pair of sneakers in that room, Vans sneakers that the homeowner and Ms. Nunez said that didn't belong to them. I also observed in the attic a McDonald's bag with pancakes in it, a drink cup, and a sleeve of saltine crackers up there.
Chairman Approach.
Yes.
Fabe, I'm now gonna show you 8 separate images. These have been already pre-marked for identifications as State's Exhibits 1 through 8. I'm just gonna have you look at all of them first, and then I'll ask you a couple of follow-up questions. So, Sergeant, do you recognize all of these images?
Yes, I do.
Where were these images taken?
In the attic space.
And when were they taken?
The date, the 9th, February 9th morning.
Do State's Exhibit 1 through 8 for ID, all the pictures that I just looked at, fairly and accurately show the condition of the house and the items that you looked at when you went to 34 Highland Street?
They do.
And at this point, I move to strike the ID and enter these 1 through 8 as full
No
exhibits.
objection.
All right, so there's no objection to 1 through 8. The ID will be stricken. They'll be full exhibits.
Do you mind grabbing the lights?
And I just find that I ask permission to publish that in the jury.
Yes. Is that television screen in your way, or can you see the voice?
So, Sergeant Fabe, we're looking at that big screen. That image has already been admitted as a full exhibit. It is full exhibit 7. Can you describe for the jurors what we're looking at in that image?
That's a pair of black and white Vans sneakers that were found inside of that room off the kitchen.
Were you able to identify who those shoes belong to?
I took them as evidence, and I believe ultimately they were identified, yes.
Now, did they belong to anyone that lived at 34 Highland Street?
No.
So now, we're looking at State's full exhibit 1. What's included within that image?
It is a McDonald's cup, a sleeve of saltine crackers, and appears to be a hash brown from McDonald's.
And where in the house were those items located?
Those are in the steps going up to the attic.
So now we're looking at State's full exhibit number 8. What were you able to observe in that image?
So this is a set of Apple AirPods in that white container, and a tile tag. It's a location device
And where within the house were those 2 items located?
in the attic.
So with that one, we're looking at State's full exhibit 2. Could you describe what's included within that image?
Yes, that's the McDonald's bag with the pancakes,
And where was that item located?
also in the attic.
And that is State's exhibit 3. Is that a larger version of that same picture that we just looked at?
Yes.
So, Sergeant, if we're looking at State's full exhibit 5, what is that a picture of that we're looking at currently?
That's a picture of the window in the attic and the torn screen.
So when you approached the attic, where within that picture were you able to observe the individual?
He was crouched in the corner just outside of that window up to the left.
This exhibit is State's Exhibit, or for Exhibit 4. What is that a picture of?
The torn screen.
Where did that window, where did it lead to within the house?
It leads outside of the house onto a flat roof area.
This last image is State's Full Exhibit number 6. Can you describe that image?
It's a water bottle
And where was that located?
in the attic.
Thank you.
So, Sergeant Lefebvre, once we were able to document those items and observe those items, did you remain at the house or did you go somewhere else?
I remained at the house.
Now, once you're done looking at items in the house and talking to people, what did you do?
After I collected statements, I responded back to the police station to assist Officer Sell.
Now, let's talk about what you did when you were back at the police station. Were you able to talk with the individual that you had just identified?
Yes.
And just that it's clear, can you state the name of the individual that you had identified at 34 Hampshire Street?
Mauricio Guerrero.
And Sergeant Lefebvre, do you see Mauricio in court today?
I do.
Can you identify him by an item of clothing he is wearing?
Blue shirt and a blue tie.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask that the record reflect that Sergeant Lefebvre has identified the defendant.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, the record will so reflect.
Thank you. So, Sergeant Lefebvre, were you able to speak with the defendant back at the police station?
I was.
Can you describe how that conversation went?
I began by asking him, I showed him the pair of sneakers that I had found in the spare room and asked him if those were his, and he stated they were not.
Now, were you able to determine, based on your conversation with Mr. Guerrero, defendant, what he was doing at 34 Hatton Street?
He told me that he was there to take possession of a fireplace that he had gifted to Miss Nunes.
And did he have permission to come get that fireplace?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sergeant Lefebvre, did he say any statements to whether he had permission to get that fireplace?
I'm objecting.
Why don't you come up?
So, Sergeant Lefebvre, I'm going to re-ask the question. Did the defendant make any statements to you when you were talking to him as to whether he had permission to come get that fireplace?
No, he did not.
I just want to clarify, did you say, was the answer no, he didn't make any statements, or no, he didn't have permission?
No, he didn't make any statements.
Were you able to determine when he arrived at Somersworth, Hampshire?
He stated that he arrived at the residence at about 11 o'clock at night to midnight.
On what day?
We responded there on 2/9, so it would have been 2/8.
So then,
That previous night.
and was he able to explain how he got inside of the house?
He told me that he entered the house through a blue door that was open.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry, he stated that he entered the house through a blue door that was open.
That was. Now, how did he end up in the attic from that conversation that you had with him?
He stated that he was in the house and that when he heard Officer South and I, he ran.
Were you able to look at his phone?
I was.
And how did that occur?
I asked him if he had been invited there by Miss Nunez. He stated that he had been invited, and I asked him if he had messages showing this.
Were you able to see those messages?
Yes.
And were the messages accurate with what you were, or the statements that he told you, were those messages accurate with that?
Yes.
And Sergeant Lefebvre, I guess I forgot to ask you this, so I just want to make sure that it is clear. When you saw the defendant back at the attic, what was he wearing?
A purple sweatshirt and blue pants.
Did he have any shoes on?
No, he did not.
Can I have a brief moment?
Yes.
So, Sergeant Lefebvre, I just have a couple more questions that I just want to make sure that they're clear. Did the defendant explain this relationship that he had with the person that lived at 34 Hampshire?
He said it was an on again, off again thing, that they would go a couple months talking to each other, they would block each other and then talk to each other again.
Now, when you're looking at his phone, can you describe what his demeanor is like while you're going through the phone?
He was just kind of sitting in our booking area. He didn't have any sort of demeanor to him. To me, I didn't believe that he was taking this seriously.
Objection.
Sustained. So, ladies and gentlemen, the last comment will be stricken from the record. You're not to consider it in any way.
Now, Sergeant Lefebvre, just to make sure that my question is clear, were you able to hold his phone in your hand and look at the entire conversation?
Yes, I was.
And at any point did he have that phone himself and he was showing you those messages?
He did.
How was he acting while you were going through that process?
So I asked him if I could see the messages. He said yes. I handed him his phone so he could turn it on. It had been powered off at that point. As he turned the phone on, he appeared to scroll and delete at least one message before handing me the phone.
How did you conclude the involvement with that night?
I left the booking area and I made contact with our detective captain, Sunderland, in the hallway. I briefed him on the case that we had, and he asked if he believed that Guerrero would give us permission to download his phone.
And were you able to obtain that consent?
Yes, he gave consent.
So, sorry, Dave, I just have one more picture that I want to show you. When you got him, may I approach?
Yes.
So, sorry, I'm showing you this image. This has been pre-marked for identification as State's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
I do.
When was this picture taken?
The morning of February 9th.
And what exactly are you looking at in that image?
It's a Ford F-150.
And were you able to identify who was driving or owned
Yes.
that Ford F-150?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was determined that Guerrero was driving that F-150.
Where was that F-150 parked?
It was parked just up the street and around the corner from Highland Street.
Does that image fairly accurately depict what the Ford F-150 that was identified to be owned or driven by Mr. Guerrero looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, I asked to cite the ID and enter this in full exhibit.
Objection.
No objection to 9, it'll be a full exhibit.
And may I publish that to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Sergeant, can you just describe briefly for the jurors who were in relation to Highland Street, was this truck parked?
Yep. So the truck is situated on Grand Street, just past that house with the white trim on the right is Highland Street.
Would someone on Highland Street be able to see that truck?
No.
Is there a direct line of sight from that street to 34 Highland Street?
No.
So, Sergeant Lefebvre, you were able to take some images of some food and some items. Can you just explain for the jurors, based on the conversation that you had with the defendant, whether those items, were you able to identify who those items belong to and where did you get them from?
He stated at one point during our conversation that he did leave the house to get snacks before returning.
So, were you able to confirm with him that he was the one who brought those snacks to the house?
I don't recall.
Yes. How about the McDonald's bag that you photographed?
Yes, he did state that he went to McDonald's.
So, Sergeant, I have no further questions for you at this time. Attorney Starman should have the opportunity to answer some questions now.
Okay, thank you.
So folks, we've been going about an hour and a half. What we'll do is take a 15-minute break now. When we come back, we'll work till about 12:30 and take our lunch break at 12:30. All right, 15 minutes.
All right.
And you can leave your notebooks behind. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so what are you guys thinking so far? While we take this break, so Sergeant Nicole Lefevre is testifying right now. She responded to the 911 call about possible raccoons in the attic. When she got there, she heard some scuffling. She was there with a patrol officer as well. She said it sounded like light footsteps, and she was speaking to Victoria, who is the mother in this case. The other officer heard more noises coming from the roof. She stepped outside the house because the house was on a hill. She went down a little bit and she looked up and she saw somebody crawling across the roof like a little Spider-Man. She announced her presence and ordered him off the roof. Then as she continued on trying to locate him, she saw a hole in the window screen and she arrested him after ordering him to come out. He identified his name. She asked him what his name was and he said Mauricio Guerrero. Then she saw his Pennsylvania driver's license. Then she goes in and she describes the house interior, to which she found Vans tennis shoes in the side room, and then some McDonald's containers and food items, saltines up in the attic. Then they showed pictures of the tennis shoes and the McDonald's food on the steps going up to the attic. They also show the broken window screen and a water bottle. He told police he wanted to take possession of a fireplace he had gifted her. Okay. Told police he entered through a blue door. He ran when he heard the police. He said he had been invited by Miss Nunez, and he showed his cell phone to, verify that. So now we know her name is Rachel Nunez, even though it says she didn't want to be identified. I guess now we know her name. He said that they had an on-again, off-again relationship. They show the F-150 truck is entered into evidence, and that he said that he left the house to get snacks before returning. All right, let's see if we can zoom a little bit here through the break. Let's leave it on him for a little while. Get a vibe on him. What do you guys think? I mean, he's obviously guilty. I guess it boils down to why he did this. He's not saying he's not guilty. He's just saying, why did he do this? Yeah, 49 and his mama. Well, they're not disputing why it happened. They're disputing, all right. They're disputing, I guess. No, they are disputing why it happened. Okay, see you on the other side.
Please remain standing. Please be seated.
All right, folks, for those of you who are taking notes, you can get your notebooks ready. And there is one thing I neglected to mention. When you do take breaks and you leave the courtroom, both lunch during the midday or mid-session breaks and at the end of the day, just leave your notebooks on your chair. The monitor secures them overnight, and we make sure that they're secure during the day. Okay? Thank you. Attorney Starbranch, when you are ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Have you read that before?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I'm Attorney Starbranch. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. If that's okay with you.
Sure.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Now, you spoke with Mauricio, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were the first of, was it 3 interviews all told?
I'm honestly not sure how many interviews he had after me.
More than one.
Okay, yes.
It was you, Officer Guerrero, speaking as well, correct?
I'm not sure. I wasn't aware of that.
Well, Sergeant Sunderland, do you know?
Yes,
So it's at least that you're aware.
correct.
He agreed to talk to you,
Yes,
and he agreed to give you the phone and provide you with it.
yes,
And you asked him some questions about what the heck you're doing. Right?
correct,
And one of the things he told you was, well, there it is, fireplace.
correct.
And he said he got there around 11 o'clock that evening, correct?
Correct.
At the house. That's right.
Correct.
Okay. And he indicated to you that he was invited by Rachel, and she came out and spoke, correct?
Yes.
One of the things he told you was that their meeting or their engagement didn't end very well. Is that fair to say? He told you that he was assured they were in a relationship anymore, right?
Correct.
You could consider from that they broke up or someone's ending the relationship, right?
Right.
Okay. And he told you that he was afraid that he was going to give away the gifts. I'm sorry, that she was going to get rid of the gifts that he gave her, because she was going to throw them away, right?
He stated that he asked permission and she said she was going to throw it out.
She was going to throw them away.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. He indicated to you that it wasn't just the fireplace and the TV set, that he also has some personal stuff there as well.
No, he did not.
But he told you that he wanted to stop that, right?
The fireplace.
Actually, did he at one point just say he wanted to stop that, without being specific?
I don't recall that. I recall this being about the fireplace.
He indicated to you it was because he was of the opinion that the relationship may well be over, and so he was going to go collect some stuff, right?
I believe he stated that it was a waste of his time.
Do you recall, if I were to shoot a transcript of your meeting with Mauricio, that refresh your memories of what exactly he said about getting his stuff back?
Yes.
On page 6. Any questions with you, Ron?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. Go ahead and read this to yourself. You can read the whole page. If you would focus on line 12, and then when you're done, if you can tell me if that refreshes your memory. Does that refresh your memory as when I told you that he just wanted to stop that?
Yes.
Where was the TV?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it in the residence.
Was it his truck?
No.
But he did tell you that the TV was frankly too big for him to carry, right?
Yes.
When you first arrived, or at least at some point, you actually encountered Rachel Nunez, correct?
Yes.
And she told you that she knew Mauricio through OnlyFans, correct?
Correct.
And you specifically asked her if she and Mauricio ever had a physical relationship, right?
Correct.
She said no, we had never had a physical relationship, right?
Correct.
You found out later on that was a lie, didn't you?
Mauricio told me that they had a relationship.
Let me put it this way. If she in fact had a physical relationship with Mauricio, then she lied to you, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
want to point your attention to the first conversation that you were having with the defendant. Attorney Starbranch asked you some questions about some of the things that the defendant told you, what he was doing, when he got there. At any time when you were having this conversation with him, did he mention that he had been there 2 days prior?
No, he did not.
Did he mention that he'd been in the house on multiple occasions?
No, he did
Jackson's
not.
house has a glass.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Sorry, can you repeat that answer?
No, he did not.
Now, I do want to ask you some questions about the conversation that you have with Ms. Eunice, with Rachel, that Attorney Starbranch asked you about. I believe the question was about a physical relationship. Do you recall how you asked that question?
I do not recall exactly how I asked that question.
Based on your training and experience, what type of information were you trying to get during that?
Objection and relevance.
All right, why don't you come up?
So, Sergeant Finn, at that point when you're investigating this incident that you had just responded to, when you asked the question about the relationship, what information are you trying to gather?
I'm trying to figure out if there's a domestic partnership aspect to this incident.
So, would that be your boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
Boyfriend, girlfriend, intimate partners, along those lines.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Attorney Starbranch.
Very, very
Yeah.
briefly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Attorney Ramos talks about, was asking questions, Mauricio will tell you information about where he's staying, if he's staying in the attic, how long he's been there. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Did you specifically ask these questions?
I asked Mauricio what brought him to 34 Highland Street, or when he got there.
When you got there?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. All right, thank you. Maybe we need to step down. Thank you. You're excused. State, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Victoria Burke to the stand.
And if you could come up here to the witness stand, you'll see that there's an opening at the behind the witness stand. If you could step in. Sure. Ask you to remain standing and kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
All right, please be seated.
Good morning, Victoria. Can you please state your first name and last name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. Victoria Burke, Bourque.
So, Victoria, I just want to direct your attention to February of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that time frame?
Yes.
So, during that time, where were you living?
In Somersworth,
And who lived with you?
my daughter Rachel and my grandson.
Now, was there a time that she didn't live with you?
Yes.
And you you recall approximately when that was?
She had moved to a place in Dover. It didn't last long there. The walls were really thin, and she didn't like the, no, it was like you could hear everybody, so she wasn't comfortable there. And
Okay, and do you recall approximately when she moved back in with you?
it was around Christmas.
Okay. Now, sir, I just want to point your attention to the night of February 8th into the early mornings of February 9th.
Okay.
Do you remember that time period?
Yeah, I remember Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So are you talking about Tuesday?
So Tuesday into Wednesday.
Wednesday morning, yes.
So during that time frame, was Rachel living with you?
Yes.
And at some point during that night, were the police called to your house?
Yes.
I just want to start by asking you, why were they called?
Rachel had texted me that she saw someone in the doorway around 4 in the morning. And then she came into my room, and we heard something, and her son was sleeping with her in the front room, so we went back in that room.
So you stated that Rachel had texted you, your daughter had texted you.
Yeah.
And she came in into your room.
Yeah.
So had you been able to hear any noises in the house?
You know, I did hear something, like around the time she texted me. I probably thought it was her going to the bathroom or something.
Now, approximately at what time would you say you normally go to bed?
9 or 10.
Okay. So during this time, were you asleep? Were you woken up?
I wasn't woken up until that time, like 4 or so in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So before 4 in the morning, how were you woken up?
I think the text came, and I was trying to go back to sleep.
Okay.
I was like, oh, you know, I guess I wasn't that concerned at that point, you know, maybe she was just scared or, and then full on when she came in, we heard something.
So now, you're both in the same room, and you hear something. What did you do after that?
We went immediately to, Weston was sleeping, my grandson was sleeping, and so we went into her room where he was, and then she called the police.
Can you describe what these noises that you were hearing, what they sounded like?
Like a shuffling sound, like I was maybe hoping it was a raccoon or something, but I think it sounded more human.
Okay.
And then that was concerning, and that's why we went back into her room.
So now, when Rachel comes in to your room,
Yeah.
can you describe her demeanor?
Concerned, scared.
So, Terry, I now want to switch gears a little bit and want to talk about your house. I want to
Yes.
talk about the layout of your house, just so that the jurors have an understanding of what your house looks like from the inside, and they can visualize what the areas that we're talking about. Just want to ask you some preliminary questions. Did you have the opportunity to draw a layout of, I guess, both floors of your house?
Yes.
Gunner, may I approach?
Yes.
If you want to submit those, I have no objection.
All right, you've seen these?
I have.
All right. They can be marked as full exhibits. There's no objection.
show you one at a time first, then we're gonna talk about the burglary.
Okay.
So, I'm currently showing you what has already been admitted as a full exhibit. This is State's Exhibit 16. So, do you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes,
What is this a drawing of?
my home.
And is this, can you describe it, first floor, second floor?
This is the first floor. This is facing the street. This is the front of the house. My neighbor's driveway here, my driveway here, and my neighbor's house.
Yeah. Now showing you what has been already admitted as a full exhibit. This is State's Exhibit 17. You recognize what I'm showing here?
Yes.
What is this a drawing of?
This is a drawing of the second floor of my house, if you had come up the stairs mostly, and then the attic area with the roof outside the window on the third floor.
Your Honor, permission to publish both of these to the jurors?
Yes.
And have the victim step out of the...
The witness? Yes.
Sorry, apologize.
It's okay.
Do you want to hold them?
Do I come down?
You can step down, ma'am, yes. The only thing I'm going to ask you to do is to try to pick your voice up because we don't have a microphone too close to you there.
Sure. Okay.
So, Richard, I'm just going to start with the drawing on the left, which is that, would that be the first floor of the house?
The first floor, yeah.
So can you just point out for the jurors, where is the main entrance where you normally go into your house?
Normally in the driveway is sort of a curved porch. You come in on the porch and there's a back entry right there.
Okay? Now, where is, as soon as you go through that door, where in your house are you?
When you come in, you're in my kitchen. Right here.
Now, see that the kitchen has some sort of item in the middle. What is that item in the middle?
That's my kitchen island where we put knickknacks and keys and things like that when we come in.
Okay. Now, just so that it is clear, which side goes towards Highland Street?
Well, this is Highland Street here.
Okay, so it says front room, what room is that?
I don't know what else to call it. It's where we watch TV. It's just the front room of the house. So kitchen, you walk through, you have a living dining area. You walk through, there's a front room sort of where we watch TV. And then this is the front main steps of the house. We don't normally use that entry. It's old Victorian two door. It's kind of funky, but we don't use it usually. And then this is the stairwell going up.
So see that at the back of the house, it lists barn.
Yes.
Could you describe what this barn looks like?
Yeah. Yeah, so the house is quite long and got a lot of rooms in it. Beyond the kitchen is sort of the older kitchen, is sort of been torn down. If you have it someday, you walk in, this is an old kitchen sink and an old kitchen toilet with another door. And then this is the barn area. It's rough lumber, it's storage, and where we just keep on all this stuff.
Can you access that main house through the barn?
There are two windows, one here and one here, and there's a door here. So if you came around the back of my house and around the porch, there's another entry. And this will let you in here, and you can either proceed to come this way or you can go into the barn.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the second. So now let's talk about the second floor. So you mentioned the stairwell. So where does the stairwell lead to?
Okay, so if you came up the front stairs, you would land up here, and there's a bathroom right in front of you. There's a hallway. My grandson's bedroom is sort of right off the landing. And then there's a little hallway, and that comes to the current room where Rachel slept.
So which one is your?
My room is in the back, so it's you have to go either this way to a back hall, in this back stairway landing, come into a dressing room, and then you're in my bedroom, which is on top of the open renovated room that needs to be done, and part of the fire.
Now, I see that to the right, what appears to be the attic of the house.
Yes.
So how do you get to that area?
So, the door to the attic, steps right, and you come up, and then you're on the third floor, which is just open from the front of the house to the back. You know, the Grace bedroom is right here outside that door.
So would you say, do you have to go through your grandson's room to get to the attic?
Yes.
And see that outside, there's that little, I guess, other shape above. So what is that area, Grace?
So this is the third floor. It's all open to the roof like this on the main part of the house. And this back window, there's a window in the back and one facing the street. This back window, there's the roof of the barn is there.
I'm gonna ask you to stand again. I'll ask you some follow-up questions. I just wanted to make sure that you were able to identify those rooms. So, Richard, you mentioned that you remembered Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah.
So I just want to ask you some questions about the days leading up to the night of Tuesday on into Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
So did you notice anything strange the days leading up to that
Yes.
night?
Yeah. There were things that were off in the house. I had seen a window open. One morning when I had come down, it was open like this much in my living room. It was like a bay window, and the little window on the left was open and cold air was coming in. I'd seen some doors that I swear were shut and locked, and they were open, including like the front doors facing the street, and the back barn door. So I just was kind of like getting to the point, like, what's going on? You know, I didn't quite put it all together. I didn't know, but yeah, I had noticed some things that were off.
Okay. Now, was there anything missing?
On Monday, yeah. So on Monday, I moved my daughter's car. I have a single driveway. I moved her car out so I could get to work, and I parked her car across the way on Grant Street. And I brought the keys in typical fashion, put them on the kitchen island. And then I did a few things. I had to go to work. And then they were missing. I know Rachel couldn't find them and had called me, and I was like, you know, I had looked around a little bit, but I had to go to work. So that became sort of the thing, because she was stuck and couldn't go anywhere. She only had one set of car keys.
So once you realized that the keys are missing, what did you think you had to do at that point?
Well, we had to get a key made, which is kind of expensive. It's like $400, I think. He started calling around, and we had looked everywhere. I looked on the road, thinking maybe I dropped them from when I moved her car, and looked under the kitchen island, looked everywhere I could think of. And then she or I don't know who, called the police to have them come over and see if they could open her car door and see if maybe they were in the car. So it was kind of like a big thing. We noticed it, you know.
Now, at some point, were you able to find those keys?
Well, yes. So the police, they opened her car up, no keys. And then I think the next morning I was planning on getting a key made so she'd have a key. And I went into the kitchen, and on the floor, I had the key was on like a mask back in the COVID days, you know, like a fabric. I had tied it to that. And I saw them underneath my kitchen island, sort of peeking out.
Have you looked there before?
Yeah, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So, Victor, I'm showing you this image. It has already been pre-marked for identification as State Exhibit 15. Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes.
What is that a picture of?
It's a picture of the keys.
And who took that picture?
I did.
Does that picture fairly accurately depict where the keys were when you found them?
Yes.
Your Honor, I asked to strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
No, sir.
All right, so the ID is stricken on 15, it'll be a full exhibit.
Thank you. May I approach it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Victoria, can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at?
It's a picture of the keys because I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I found the keys. That's like nuts, you know, because we had already looked there so many times.
So I see that there's two different colors in that image. Can you describe what each color, the material, there's two different types of wood. Can you describe what those items are?
Are you talking about the fabric mask?
So there's like a blue piece of wood.
Oh, that's the bottom of the kitchen island.
So the blue is the kitchen island, and then the light brown is what is that in relation?
That's a shadow of underneath, like it's on four legs, so there's a little, you know, space.
Okay, so you mentioned that the key was attached to a mask. So is that the mask that we're looking at there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just so that it is clear, so we looked at the image or the drawing of your house, and you saw, you stated that kitchen island is right
When you come in.
through that door. So, when did you go to, I guess you said you were looking at moving Rachel's car?
Yeah, that was the morning before,
So the morning prior.
Monday, and that was
Approximately
Tuesday.
So approximately at what time would you say you were going to move Rachel's car?
I can't remember the exact time, but I know I had to go to work, so I have to be to work by 9.
So sometime in the early
Yeah.
morning? And what point, how long were you out there?
Moving the car,
Yes.
3 minutes, 4 minutes,
So once you moved the car, where did you go?
back to the house.
And is that when you dropped the keys in the kitchen island?
Yeah, I mean, that's where I would have put them.
Okay. Now, once you drop the keys, I just want to make sure, the kitchen island. How long until you realized that those keys were missing?
Well, till this morning, I think I took a photo of it probably like 8 in the morning because I walked in already to like, oh, we got to get a new key made. Oh my God, there they are. You know.
So, before you found them, when you put them in the kitchen island, when did you realize that they were not there?
You mean from the day before?
The day before.
Oh, when I had come back from moving the car, you know, I wasn't thinking like, now exactly where am I putting these? I just put them where I would have put them. And then I believe it was before I left. I couldn't find
Hold
them.
on, there's an objection, and the objection, come on up.
Call speculation.
All right, so sustained.
So, you say you went in the house.
Uh-huh.
How much time passed until you couldn't find the keys again?
5 or 10 minutes?
So from the moment you come inside the house, you put the keys in the kitchen island area, 5 to 10 minutes pass, and then you can't find the keys.
Right,
Were you still inside the residence at the time?
yes.
Okay. And was that before you went to work?
As I recall, before I went to work.
So, Victoria, that picture that we're just looking at, who took that picture?
I did.
And why did you take that picture?
Because I think I had posted something on Facebook. Oh, I don't know, I can't remember, but I posted something on Facebook about it because I'm like, oh my gosh, this kind of stuff always happens to us. And, you know, it was something like, here they are. I know I looked there last night. This is so bizarre. But I do have strange things happen sometimes. So it was just something I shared with my friends, like, oh my God, here they are. I can't figure out, you know, how they showed back up, you know. And I made a point of saying I had looked under there many times.
So now, sure, I know we were just talking about the days before the night of Tuesday into Wednesday. I want to move a couple of days ahead in time.
Okay.
And ask you some questions about the days after February 9th.
Okay.
Were you able to observe anything around the house that was also strange?
Yeah, a lot of things. But after, you mean he was taken away?
So after February 9th,
All right, so the objection sustained. The jury will ignore that last comment. So after
Okay.
February 9th.
After February 9th, yeah, that, I think it was the weekend. My daughter and I were looking for something out in the barn, and she saw it, I think, before I did, but the window, that's on the, it's like on the first level, the window was propped up in the opening, in the casing, but it was loose, and so it wasn't quite, you could see daylight, you could see that it wasn't attached.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sure, I'm now showing you this image, which has already been pre-marked for identification as State Exhibit 12 for ID. Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yeah, I think it's upside down, but yep, that's the opening. The window wasn't tacked on.
And who took this image?
I took that image.
And what? Does that image fairly and accurately depict what the window in the bottom floor of the barn looked like?
Yeah.
So, Your Honor, I asked to strike the ID and enter State's Exhibit 16.
No objection.
All right, there's no objection to 16. The ID will be stricken. Wait, I thought you said that was 12.
Yes, it is 12.
All right. So Exhibit 12, not 16.
Your Honor, have you permission to call the system of jurors?
Yes.
So I'm also now going to show you this other image. This one is State's Exhibit 14 for ID.
Yes.
Do you recognize this image?
Yeah, that's exactly as it was. And you can see, I don't know if you want to show them, but you can see it's propped in. There's like this opening here. So it's like, what? We didn't see it before. We weren't looking, but we didn't see it before.
Okay. And does that image of the window fairly accurately depict how the window looked like to you?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I asked to strike the ID on State's Exhibit 14.
All right, so there's no objection to 14. The ID is stricken, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Victoria, we're looking at State's Exhibit 14. Can you describe to your jurors what we're looking at?
That's the window that is in the back of the barn on the first floor. There's a little a little patch of land right behind it. There's a stone wall and probably 2 feet of land. And that's the window propped up. Not in place, but propped up.
When did you notice that it was that way?
I'm gonna say it was that weekend. I can't remember exactly the day, but it wasn't long after.
State's Exhibit 12. So now can you describe what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 12?
Yeah, that's without the window in it. I had called the police and reported it, and they came back over, and I think they took whatever records they needed or made notes.
So timeline-wise, was it first you observed it as?
Yeah, the way it was, and then I think I called the police, and they came right over. They inspected the area out and back too.
Sure, I want to ask you some questions about Rachel's items.
Mm-hmm.
Where would you normally keep those items in the house?
She had a memorabilia box, sort of her junior high kind of stuff, but she had a memorabilia box in the barn.
What type of items would you keep?
She had like school stuff. I think she had maybe birthday cards, just a bunch of things that were memories for her.
Anything in writing?
She wrote stuff. She wrote poetry and poems for school back in her junior high days.
And where would you normally keep those as well?
In the box.
At some point after February 9th, did you find any items that were left behind?
Left behind. I don't know what you mean.
So were there any items that you found around the house that neither Rachel nor you put them there?
Objection for the question.
Overruled, go ahead.
May I vote briefly?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
Just one moment, okay?
Sure. I had seen, looks like a shipping label, you know, and on the front it said, "I love you, Rachel." I thought it was something maybe she had, was gonna, you know, put on a box, or it was a Christmas package thing. And so I picked it up and I turned it over and there was a note.
Do you recall what the note looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So, Chair, I'm going to show you two images. The first one is marked for identification as State Exhibit 10.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is also marked for identification as State Exhibit 11.
Yes.
So, do you recognize both of these images?
Yes.
And would those images fairly accurately represent the note that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember when you found that note?
It was after the break-in, and I don't remember the day, but I did call, I think I called John Sunderland, and I wanted to bring them the note.
Were you able to bring the note to them?
Yes.
Now, is this a front and back picture?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to strike the ID and this is a full exhibit.
10 and 11. All right, so the ID is stricken on both, 10 and 11?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, on both. And you can publish.
So, Trey, can you identify where you found this note?
It was on the porch, and as I had said, there was like a trash and thing. I was just cleaning the porch up, and I saw it, and I just happened to flip it over. And that's when I was, really concerned.
So, can you identify what it states in that note?
Yeah, it says, "I love you, Rachel."
Then you said the back part also had a right.
Yes.
So it's exhibit 11. Are you able to read that from here?
I might be better off reading it from here if I can. This really scared me, but it did say, "Please forgive me for whatever I do. I'm sorry, goodbye. Love you, don't you ever doubt it, like ever. I don't know why I am so stupid." So I'm not reading that probably in the order, but that's what it says.
And so once you found this note, what did you do with that?
I called Sunderland right away because I was scared.
Were you able to hand them?
I went to the police station with it, yeah. And I think I tried to put it in a bag so, didn't have any fingerprints or anything, but.
Do you know how much longer you'll be on direct?
Probably have like 4 or 5 questions on it.
Right, why don't we try to finish then?
I have a brief moment. So, I just have a few couple of questions. Just want to turn back into February 8th into February 9th.
Okay.
Did you go into the attic that night?
Wednesday morning.
And can you describe what you were able to observe in the attic?
Yes. Walking up the stairs, I saw a pair of my daughter's fishnet stockings in a package. And then at the top of the stairs, there was a cup of, looked like urine in a plastic cup. And then at the top of the stairs, or up on the, once you're up on the 3rd floor, there was some McDonald's food. And there was something, I didn't know what it was, but it was a small square with blue masking tape or painter's tape on it. I didn't know what I was looking at.
Are there any other food items that you saw?
There was some, I think, graham crackers. I know that there was hash browns, something. I know there was a meal up there.
Did you have graham crackers in your kitchen?
Yeah, and it matched to me. It matched from my box of crackers that were in my kitchen cabinet.
Victoria, at any point did you give you yourself, defendant, permission to eat
Never,
In your-
never, never, never.
Have a brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Which I have no further questions for you at this time. I think we might take a break now. Attorney Sargent will probably have some questions for you.
All right, folks, so we're going to take our lunch break now. Because we went a little longer than I anticipated, we'll take the lunch break till 1:30. So we'll start at 1:30. Please leave your notes behind.
Please rise.
Fun down, sir. Doing a great job.
His name's right on the label.
All right, guys, while they take their lunch, I'm going to do a quick little recap here. So we came back with Sergeant Nicole Lefevre Cross, and defense just confirmed that she was the first to speak to Mauricio. And she asked, what the heck are you doing? And he said he was picking up his belongings. He says he was invited and she came out to speak to him. So this is the whole consensual thing. He said he was afraid she was going to throw the gifts away. So that's why I guess he went to go retrieve them, which was, I guess, a fireplace for sure and a TV or a TV set. Rachel says they never had a physical relationship, but Mauricio says they did, and then that's when he showed Lefevre, the sergeant, his cell phone. Then Victoria Brown comes in, Victoria Burke, and that is the mother who was living in the home with Rachel and the 2-year-old. So Rachel moved in around Christmas time. Mom said she was woken up around 4 a.m. with a text from Rachel. She wasn't too concerned at first, but then Rachel came into the bedroom and she's like, wow, okay, my daughter's in the bedroom saying somebody's in the house. So she said she did hear the noises. And then they show architectural plans of the house. And she said you need to go through the grandson's room to get to the attic. So that's a little creepy. She said things seemed off, like there was a window open, there was doors that were open, the front door was open, and the back barn door was open. So that would definitely creep me out if I knew that my front door was open. She also noticed some things were missing, and those were the car keys, because there was only one set of car keys. She said she put the car keys in the kitchen island, but then when she checked, they were missing. She said that she took pictures and posted it on Facebook, trying to explain it to her friends. And then that's why she's like, oh, look at this. This is where the keys ended up. And I didn't see that, but the picture was the blue island, if you will, and then the wood floor. I did not see the keys, but apparently the keys had fallen down. I guess that's where Mauricio had put them. So what else was strange after February 9th? She said looking out in the barn, she noticed the window was propped up and loose. And then they show the picture of the photo of the window, and it's propped up and it's not in place, so that would definitely catch my attention. I know every bit of inch of my property and everything, so if I saw a window that was out of place or a door that was open, I would definitely be like, something's not right. Of course, I thought ghosts at first, poltergeists. Photo of a window not in place. She called the police at this time, and the police came out and they took a picture. She said that Rachel also had a memorability box in the barn. It had like birthday cards, some high school stuff, and some poems, some written poems. And I think he took pictures of that. I think we're going to find out, well, that's what happened in the opening, that he took a picture of a poem. I didn't realize that that's what Rachel had written, but I guess that's what he took. And then they showed this priority mail note. It said, I love you, Rachel. It has a little heart on it. The back's heart with an arrow through it. And then the back said, please forgive me for whatever I do. I'm sorry, goodbye, love you. And there's a couple other things I couldn't quite read. So that's a little weird, right? If you saw that, that sounds like I'm sorry, goodbye. That sounds like he's going to do something a little bit more dramatic. And then she said, walking up the steps to the attic, she found a cup of urine on the stairs. Not cool. McDonald's food. Why didn't he just go into the toilet? I guess they were there. He couldn't go. McDonald's food and small square with masking tape. Not quite sure what that is yet. She didn't know what that was either. Some graham crackers, which were from the mom's, what do you call it? Kitchen. I'm assuming that was the 2-year-old's. And again, this 19-year-old sounds like he's like a little kid, cookies and milk, and then hash browns. All right, so what's chat saying? Anything? Merry Christmas. Yes, Merry Christmas to you guys all. Yes, have a great Christmas, everybody. Talking about desert rats. All right, so you guys are talking about other things. Okay, so let's get back to the trial. I think I zoom a little bit too much. Let's back up a little bit. Okay. Back to the trial.
Please rise for re-entering. Please be seated.
All right, folks, while you're getting out your notebooks, I'll ask Attorney Starbranch to begin his cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
You prefer Mrs. Burke or Mrs. Burke?
Victoria is fine.
Victoria, thank you. You probably hear it. Have you not met?
No.
Okay, well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, is that all right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would first tell you, this is going to sound picky, but if she say yes or no, I said, it won't get out.
Sure.
So
Okay,
I
yes.
don't know actually this I want to direct your attention to the evening of February 8th, about 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And that was yes?
Yes.
Sorry. I'm not trying to do the rest of it. That evening, what time would you say you were to bed?
Normal for me is probably 9 or 10.
Do you have a specific recollection of when you actually went to bed that evening?
No.
Had you gone to bed already when somebody came with a truck to see your daughter?
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Did you know that a truck came live with Mauricio in it to visit Mauricio?
I heard about that after the fact.
I don't know what happened after the fact. So I'm asking.
Did I hear it?
At the time?
No.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, you were actually woke up a little before Rachel came in to talk to you, is that right?
Yes.
And you had heard some footsteps?
I heard something.
I gather at some point you thought it might have been a raccoon?
Yeah, probably hoping.
Well, yeah, sure.
I do have some in my attic on top of my bedroom.
Sure. So that would make sense to you, you've heard that before?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, Rachel came in to you, and she said to you, the first thing was, I think I heard something, right?
Yeah, she sent me a text saying she thought she saw somebody in the doorway, and then she came in.
And when she came in, she actually said to you, I think I heard something.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
I mean,
well,
yeah.
That's what she said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did she tell you she knew it was?
No.
Did she tell you that she received a text, that she was texting somebody who she believed was upstairs?
No.
Did you know she was texting you?
No.
Okay. mentioned that Rachel was the one who called the police,
Yes.
and you were actually right there next to her when she did that, right?
Yeah, we were in her room.
And in fact, have you been able to listen to the 911 calls and then play that for you?
Recently.
Okay. And you'll agree with me that Rachel doesn't sound like she's really paranoid, does she?
That's her way that she talks, more or less.
I understand. Understanding that, you'll agree with me that the 911 tape, she doesn't really sound like she's that scary, right?
I don't agree with you.
If I play that for you, would that help?
If you want to play it, go ahead.
Thank you.
There being no objection, go right ahead.
I thought we would bring it down there, so this is perfect here.
It might be helpful as well if the microphone can be put in front of the laptop to be able to hear it. Yeah.
If you just listen to what this key is playing for you, and see if I recognize it.
Hi, I think I can hear someone in my house, and I swear I saw someone, and I'm really scared to go check. 34 Highland Street.
Your name?
Rachel Nunez.
34 Highland Street.
Yeah. Yeah.
What apartment number are you in?
It's just that it's a big white house on the top of the hill.
You think you saw somebody in there?
I mean, I could be imagining this whole thing, but I swear I saw someone and then I can like hear something that's like in the attic.
Did you hear someone up in the attic?
Yeah.
And for you,
It could be.
you're fine.
Oh,
It's not number 8, man.
sorry.
I'm taking a call from an 34 Highland Street. They hear something in their house. They're not sure. It could be something in the attic. Request the police to come check it out. Okay, so you think maybe a raccoon in the attic?
It could be, or somebody was walking around, like, I don't know, there's this person that, like, also sometimes looks at me, so I'm scared of that.
You got somebody else in with you at the house now?
She's gonna meet my mom and then my son and the company.
I have officers heading up right now if you want to turn the light on me on both sides.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That reflect the memories, will not she really sound like she's afraid?
I think you're going to have to wait and talk to her yourself. As far as that's her demeanor, she doesn't scream and carry on. She would just be calmly talking because she just talks that way.
You'll agree with me that she didn't tell the dispatcher she knew who was up there, right?
I didn't hear that part, but she didn't. I thought she said something about a stalker.
No, she said she wasn't sure what she saw in the big hall.
Objection, Your Honor?
Overruled. You can refresh her memory as to what it was on the tape?
Can we play again? No, actually don't have a transcript.
Do you have that discrete portion?
No, sorry. Thank you. I think the whole thing, I'm not sure.
You'll need to bring it to the microphone so we can hear it as well.
That's okay.
Your name?
Rachel Nunez.
34 Highlands Line. Is there a
Yeah. Yes.
what apartment number are you in?
It's a big white house on the top of the hill.
You think you saw somebody in there?
I mean, I'm currently imagining this sort of thing, but I swear I saw someone and then I can like hear something that's like in the attic.
Did you hear something up in the attic?
Yeah.
And where you
It could be.
you're fine.
Oh,
John, I'm already in there.
okay.
I'm taking a call from an 8034 Highland Street. They hear something in their house. They're not sure. It could be something in the attic. Request the police to come and check it out. If you see maybe you're not going to the attic.
It could be, something was walking around, like, I've noticed this person, like, also sometimes looks funny, so I'm scared of that.
You got somebody else in with you at the house now?
It's just my mom and then my son and everything.
Hang on. Someone's our police department.
I could hear better this time.
Okay. And you agree with me, she didn't say to the dispatcher that she knew who it was out there, did she?
I think she wasn't sure. If you're asking me,
Let her answer the question first.
well, right, thank you. She wasn't sure, it sounds like to me. She sounded scared. She had said to me that she saw somebody in the doorway. And I was thinking raccoon, because wouldn't that be nice? But I don't, she said on there at the end, there was a guy stalking me.
She, wasn't that you saying?
That was her. I said raccoon. I think I could hear myself say raccoon.
So my question is, did she say who it was?
No.
And let me ask you this, before that evening, had you heard the name Mauricio?
Yes.
You did? And what did she tell you about Mauricio?
It was 3 or 4 weeks prior, and she said this guy was bothering her, and he wouldn't stop, and I told her she should call the police.
She didn't do that, did she?
I don't know. She didn't say anything more to me about it. I work full-time, and I come home, and I'm dealing with a little boy and her, and I may have asked her about it, but when that all happened, and she said stalker, it was like, oh, God, here we go.
So, you were aware that she had a relationship with Mauricio?
No.
Did she tell you she had sex with Mauricio?
Not prior to this, no.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you.
At the time, did I know? No, I did not.
Okay. And did she tell you at some point that she had sexual penetration with Mauricio the night of this event?
No.
Did you know that?
No.
You'll agree with me that Rachel doesn't tell you everything, correct?
No.
You want to hear that? You want to do that? You'll agree that Rachel doesn't tell you everything.
Does everybody tell everybody everything? No. I did not know that.
The question I have is, does Rachel tell you everything?
No.
Ever? You have a fireplace and a TV set that Rachel brought with her, correct?
They were delivered to my house.
Okay. And did she tell you who those were from?
His name is right on the label, and I was very upset about it because you don't know who you're dealing with on the internet, and it's not a safe thing to do.
Did you know she was on OnlyFans?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Right, are we direct?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Sure, just a few questions for you, just for clarification purposes. So I know you were testifying about some of the information that you knew that night.
Right.
You did mention that you learned some information after the fact. Who did you learn that from?
Rachel?
Now, that audio that we just heard from the 911 call, where were you when that call was being made?
In the room with her.
So first, say that you were both together while the call was being made.
Yes.
Were you able to tell in that close vicinity if there was anyone else right there at that time? We heard something, but it's not like I knew exactly what was happening at that point. I had said, I think, raccoon, because, you know, I was looking for a simple answer. But when she was talking and she said, oh, the Stalker guy, that concerned me because she had mentioned him before and was upset about it. Now, were you able to also hear during that audio call Rachel mentioning her being scared? Yes. What was she scared of?
Hold on, sustained.
What wasn't she able to do because she was scared? What wasn't she able to do because she was scared? Correct. I don't understand the question. So, did you listen to the audio statement that we just played? Yeah. Did you listen to the officer asking if Rachel was able to go check the attic? Oh, I didn't know. So just to make sure, at any point while you're with her, yeah, did you two leave each other? No, we were protecting each other and protecting my grandson. Now, Richard, I just want to ask you just a few questions about some of the conversations that you have with Rachel. Mm-hmm. So you did know that she had an OnlyFans? Yeah, I do know that, and it's not a crime as far as I know. Yes. So does Rachel tell you who she has sex with? No. So it is fair to say that there are things that she doesn't tell you? Yes, it's very fair to say that. All right, Ricky, when you're on.
Yes.
So, Victoria, even though you did know that she had an OnlyFans, mm-hmm. Who she was having sex with something you wanted to know?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled, go ahead.
God, no. Would you want to know your kid's sex life, or?
Thank you, Victoria.
Any further cross?
I will move in the recording evidence of the
I guess.
Do you want to approach?
No. So we're not objecting, but it wasn't marked, if it can be marked.
You want it in as a full exhibit? All right, defense A is a full exhibit.
Thank you.
State calls John Sunderland. You're all set.
Oh,
I'm all set.
so
Okay.
ma'am, you may step down and you're excused.
All right, thank you so much.
Good afternoon. If you could come up to the witness stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And when you step into the back, if you could remain standing. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated.
Sir, can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
John John William Sunderland, Sunderland.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm the captain of the Investigations Division for the Somersworth Police Department.
And how long have you been the captain of the Somersworth Police Department?
About a year.
And prior to that?
I was a detective sergeant.
And how long have you been in law enforcement for?
Since about 1997, minus 1 year.
So I want to direct your attention to Wednesday, February 9th, 2022. Were you on shift that day?
I was.
Were you working in your capacity as a detective sergeant?
I was not. I was filling a vacancy as a shift supervisor due to staffing issues.
And so when you came in that morning, what were you expecting to do that day?
Work patrol shift. I was expecting to supervise day shift of the Somersworth Police Department.
Like out on the road?
Yes, in uniform, out on the road.
And when you came in to work your shift, I guess, did that ultimately happen?
Not really.
And why is that?
When I arrived for shift, I met with the off-going shift supervisor to kind of debrief and see if there were any issues that were going to carry over into day shift. That led into her briefing me on this situation.
And who is that?
That would be Sergeant Nicole Lefebvre.
And so you're briefed by Officer Lefebvre, or Sergeant Lefebvre, excuse me. And do the two of you kind of like work out any sort of plan for follow-up about the burglary that happened the night before?
Objection. Any question?
Yes.
Sorry, Captain, did you make any sort of plan in reference to follow up about the alleged burglary that happened the night before?
Yes, based off what she told me, I suggested following up with Mauricio to see if he would consent to a download of his cell phone, given what she explained to me as the circumstances.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, she had referenced text messaging conversation, she had referenced OnlyFans content, and somehow they were intertwined. It appeared that Mauricio had been talking to Rachel at some point. And given the fact that there were communications, I believe that they'd be relevant to the investigation.
And did he give any sort of a story or account of why he was there the night before to Lefebvre?
He probably did, but I don't know the details of that.
Okay. Let me ask you this. As part of going through his phone, potentially to get information that either confirms or dispels, I guess, his account of what happened.
Yes.
So, do you ultimately get his permission to search through his phone?
Yes, he grants consent.
Can you tell us briefly how you search the phone?
So in this case, I connected his phone to the Cellbrite, which is a mobile forensic suite that we have at the police department, and we obtained a download of his phone. Actually, we obtained several downloads of his phone, different. The downloads vary in degree of the information it gathers. In this case, we ended up with a logical, which is the base model, if you will, and a file system download, which is a little more aggressive. It gets a little more information, but certainly not all the information from the phone.
So you were able to get that download with his phone, and you said it doesn't necessarily have, I guess I should clarify, it doesn't necessarily have all the information, or?
That's correct. Those two downloads do not get all the information in the phone. I was unable to get a physical extraction, which at the time, or excuse me, I was unable at the time to get a physical extraction based off either my computer or the type of phone it was. It was not an option to me then, so I didn't do it.
But are you able in that download to get things like text messages?
Yes.
Phone calls?
Yes.
And pictures?
Yes.
And, downloading the phone, does it require you to physically have the phone?
Yes.
Are you able to give it back and still maintain that download? That's probably a question.
Yes, we give the phone back. Well, we can give the phone back after a download. Once the information is downloaded, it's retained in the computer system.
So, you ask his permission, you take the phone, you download it. Where is the defendant?
At that time, he's meandering around the lobby of the police department
Why?
because his car was towed. His car was at Eddie B's towing yard in Maine, and he didn't have his phone. He couldn't make any communications to try to find a ride. He didn't have any money. His money was in the truck. He had no place to go, so he was just waiting for his phone to be given back to him.
Were any arrangements made to get anything out of his vehicle for him?
Yes.
What was that?
Dispatch had been trying to get in touch with Eddie B's to at least get him some of his property and the shoes, since he didn't have any shoes at the police department. They were struggling with that, so I suggested one of the day shift officers go over and retrieve the belongings from the vehicle.
Can you tell me who that was?
I believe it was Officer Matt Burke.
So you're downloading the phone until you eventually give it back to the defendant that morning.
I do.
And prior to giving it back to the defendant, do you look at the actual download from the software, but the physical phone itself?
I looked at both very briefly. I looked at the download on my computer to make sure it was consistent with the phone. I also looked at the phone to see what apps were open on the phone at the time it was last active.
And what apps did you note were open on the phone at the time it was last active?
There were apps for messaging suites. I don't remember if it was what specific messages. I don't know if it was the native messages from the phone or social media messaging. Social media sites were open, and a note was open in the phone, and the Tile app appeared to be open in the phone.
Can you tell me what you mean by note app?
So most cell phones have a note app where you can go in and you can manually take or enter notes into your phone.
So, give the defendant his phone back.
Yes.
When do you actually go through the download itself?
It was probably pretty close in time to when I gave him the phone back that I started going through it, but I don't have an exact time.
When you're going through this phone download, what, if anything, I guess, are you doing or are you looking for?
So I went and made sure that I had both message threads. One of the things that was told to me was that they were messaging and Rachel was using two different phone numbers. So I opened that up to make sure that I had that, and given that there was a connection to OnlyFans, I went in to check the videos to make sure there was no video on the phone that would indicate she invited him over or anything like that.
Did you find a video of her inviting him over?
I did not.
What did you find in the video set?
The first video that I clicked on wouldn't open. The second video I clicked on was a video of female genitalia, and the next video that I clicked on was a video that showed the layout of a house, if you will. It started in one bedroom, went down a hallway, and then into another bedroom and stopped.
Starting with the video of the female genitalia, what, if anything, besides the fact that it was a video of female genitalia, struck you about that video?
Initially, nothing. I noted that the date and time on the video were certainly questionable because it was taken at I think 3:19 in the morning on February 9th, which was the day that Mauricio was arrested. The video was of just female genitalia. It appeared that it was taken in a manner that the person taking it knew he was taking the video, but the person that was having the video taken may not have known, because it appeared that in the video a comforter, if you will, was lifted, exposing the female's genitalia, and that's how the video was taken.
And the video of the home, what, if anything, did you kind of note about that?
In that video, I noted that the bed, the room that the video started in, had a patchwork type blanket in it, which is consistent to what the person in the video of the vagina was laying on. I also noted that as the camera left the room, it appeared to go down into a second floor hallway with a banister on the left-hand side, and then into another room, kind of giving me an indication it may have been a Victorian-style home. That is the type of home that Miss Nunez and Miss Burke lived in. And I also noted that that video was taken on February 8th, or around 10-something in the morning.
So did you continue a further search of the phone download at that point?
No, at that point my computer had actually kind of froze.
Okay. So what did you decide to do at that juncture?
I think at first I went to see if Mauricio was still in the lobby so I could try to talk to him. But he wasn't, so I ended up kind of making contact with Officer Burrell, who had gone to the truck.
And I guess what, if anything, did you learn from Burrell?
When he went to the truck to get...
Yes.
Yes, I had dispatch contact Eddie B's and place a hold on the truck.
And is that just because you believe something could be relevant to the investigation?
Yes, I believe there was actually evidence in the truck at that point.
Oh. Now, you said that you checked to see if Mauricio was at the police department. I'm sorry, I don't remember if you said he was.
He was not, he was already gone.
So what do you do next after that?
At that point, again, with Officer Burrell, I showed him the two videos that I had seen, and I did that because he was now familiar with the contents of the truck, and I wanted him to come to the house and try to see if anything in the truck would match something in the house.
So did you in fact go to the house?
I did.
And did you go with Officer Burrell?
We did.
And so roughly, like, what time is this? You know?
Probably after 10, but before 11.
And when you went to the house, who did you meet with?
Rachel.
And did you explain why you were there?
Vaguely,
What do
but
you mean by
yes.
that?
I didn't tell her the details of the videos that I had seen, but I told her about finding videos on Mauricio's phone that concerned me, and I wanted to see the second floor of her house to see if it matched what was in the videos.
And how did she appear? What was her demeanor like when you were telling her this information?
At that time, she was concerned and probably confused.
So what did you do after that?
Rachel brought us up into the second floor of the house, and that's where I saw the patchwork style blanket was in her bedroom. There was a white comforter in her room. I think at the time it was on the floor. The hallway with the banister was the hallway leading from her bedroom out to her child's bedroom. So that at that point it confirmed that those videos were of her house. And I actually explained to her what videos I had found.
What was her reaction to that?
At that point, she was upset. Her hands were visibly shaking. I asked if he had permission to take videos like that. She said no. I asked if he had permission to be in the house. She said.
At that point, did you determine that a further interview of her might be warranted?
I did. I suggested a forensic interview, and she agreed.
What's a forensic interview?
So a forensic interview is an interview conducted here in this building in an office downstairs. It's conducted by trained forensic interviewers. It's not conducted by police. It follows a protocol so that people come in for the interview. They're asked, why do you think you're here today? They give an answer. The interviewer starts developing rapport with the person being interviewed, and then they start asking the questions. They ask open-ended questions so that the person being interviewed provides all the answers. And it's all recorded, so it's best case scenario. And then on top of that, officers or DCYF or detectives and other interviewers are sitting in another room watching the interview. So if there's something that's missed during the interview, somebody should catch it. The interviewer will take a break during the interview towards the end, check in with the team, make sure there's nothing that wasn't answered. So the purpose is to get a good interview.
So you scheduled that with her?
Yes.
But that would be done at a later date, is that right?
Yes.
So it would be fair to say you didn't formally interview her right there on the spot?
No, I asked some basic, bare minimum questions.
Without saying specifically what was said, did she indicate to you anything anything that she might have noticed over the last couple of days?
Yes, there were several things that were odd to her, both her and her mother.
Okay. And based on that information, did you explore other areas of the house?
I did.
Can you tell me about that?
The first thing we checked out was the attic to the home. Inside the attic, so her attic goes up a few steps, then it turns 90 degrees to the left and goes up the rest of the way into the attic. As we walked up into the attic, right after the bend on the first couple of steps right there was a half-eaten hash brown. There was a package of open graham cracker cookies. And I think there was a McDonald's cup in that spot. As we went up into the attic the rest of the way, thank you. There was a McDonald's breakfast still in a bag. There was a water bottle. There was an iPod case that had, iPod? No. Those things you put in your ears from Apple.
AirPods?
AirPods. There was a case of those, and then there was something on the floor wrapped up in blue painter's tape.
Did you open that blue painter's tape?
We did.
And what did you find wrapped in the blue painter's tape?
It was a tile. So a tile is a tracking type of device that uses Bluetooth or wireless technology. You could attach it to your keys or something else, so if you lose them, you can find them.
Did you seize any of those items?
We seized all of it, I believe.
What about the beverage container?
The water or the McDonald's cup?
McDonald's cup.
Yes, it appeared to contain urine.
Finding that tile, was that at all significant to you having physically gone through that phone?
Yeah, when I saw the tile, it kind of opened my eyes a little bit, because when I had scrolled through the phone before giving it back, I recalled that tile was one of the open applications on his phone.
And other than the attic, did you take any other kind of examination of the house?
I did. I took some pictures of her house key, and then I also examined the exterior of the house.
Why did you examine the exterior of the house?
Based off what they had said, it seemed like there was more to the story, and I also wanted to see if I could find any indication of a way he may have gotten into the house.
So what did you find when you examined the house?
So I guess it would be the west side of the house. The driveway side of the house has a 3-bay window system that kind of pushes out a little bit off the house. On those 3-bay windows, the center window looking at the house, the center window and the window on the right both had what appeared to me to be pry marks on them. Both of them had red paint transfer, and it appeared that a tool was pushed under the window in a manner that kind of damaged the edge of the window a little bit, in a manner trying to push the window up, trying to force it open.
Did you observe anything about the actual window panes themselves?
I did. I don't remember if it was both of them or just one, but there was clear fingerprint impressions left on the glass in a manner like this where it seemed someone was trying to push the window open from the outside.
Did you personally process those fingerprints?
I did not.
Did you get someone else from Somersworth Police Department to come do that?
I did.
So did you, at that point, leave the house?
Yes, we were headed back to the PD.
And did you become aware of anybody that had come back to the PD?
Mauricio had come back to the PD. He was directed back to the PD by Eddie Bees to find out what he needed to do to get his truck.
And what did you do at that point?
At that point, I brought Mauricio into an interview room to try to ask some more questions and figure out more of what was going on.
And at that point, are you aware of what he had told Sergeant Lefebvre about what had happened?
I'm sure I was, to some extent, but I don't remember what I was aware of today.
Oh. So you go into that interview room. Was that a recorded interview?
It was.
And I'm just going to approach. This is the transcript. This is the second. This Marcus Brady. So, we're going to go through some of this interview, and I know it's very lengthy, so we'll just, we'll go through it. If it's okay with Attorney Starber, and she can follow along. So I'll refer to page numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
When you first sat down with, I guess, Mauricio, what was your tactic? What were you trying to do?
I was trying to confront him on the additional discoveries, the video from the day before indicating he was in the house, and try to figure out if he was in fact the cause of the damage to the windows.
So did you confront him specifically with the pry bar and ask him whether he used that pry bar to get into the house through the window?
Yes.
Okay, what was his response?
No, he did not.
If you need me to refer to pages, I can do that. Did you ask if he was sure about that?
I did.
And what's the answer?
He was sure.
Did you ask him if his fingerprints were going to be on the window, pushing it from up from the outside?
I did.
What was his answer?
No.
Did you confront him with your suspicions about potentially stealing one of the keys a couple of days before on Monday?
I did.
And what was his answer?
No. He claimed he wasn't even in the area yet.
When did he say he got to the area?
In the beginning?
Yes.
I believe it was 11 o'clock that night.
So the 8th.
Yes, 11 o'clock at night on the 8th.
Did you confront him and ask him if Rachel specifically invited him over that night?
I did.
And what was his response?
He said she did.
Did you specifically ask him whether she invited him in?
I did.
And what was his response?
No.
Did he quantify why she would not invite him in?
It's her mother's house.
Did you confront him again about this suspicion that he was there on Tuesday morning?
Yes.
Was that?
Yes.
And what was his response?
No.
Did you flat out ask him if he had been breaking into the house since before that night?
Yes.
And what was his response?
No.
Did you ask about the background between he and Rachel?
I did.
And did he tell you how that they started communicating?
Yes.
What was his response?
Could you give me a page number?
Yeah, 13.
Okay, what was your question again?
Sure. How did they start communicating?
Messaging.
Did he say how they were messaging or what application? So that line 9 and 10.
Here,
I guess that was a poor question. I guess how they met is what I mean.
they met on OnlyFans.
Thank you. I think that was my fault. Sorry. And did you ask him how this kind of relationship, for lack of a better word, kind of progressed?
I did.
And what was his answer to that? That's 13.
Still on page 13?
Yes.
So they started by FaceTiming. And she started saying stuff to him. And I asked if he thought it was love. And he gave an answer. Well, at first, no, it was just, what a man thinks it is, And then after a while, we had been calling each other. She's been calling me, and then I asked another question.
You can keep going.
Said, sometimes you're nice to each other, sometimes you're mean to each other, right? He said, at first it was just nice. I said, okay. Mauricio said it was nice. And then the second week it was just like at first. She would be like, I want you here, come over, stuff like that. And it'll just be like when she was on her phone, like when she was drinking. And some of the times I couldn't tell because I didn't know. I didn't know her when she smashed, like drinking kind of. And then it was, what's it called? I sent her a fire dose.
The defendant tell you at some point that they had sex.
He did.
And did he start to say about how she would treat him basically after they had sex?
She was nice and then she was mean. She liked him, she loved him, and then she hated him.
Did you specifically ask him about the times that he came up to see her?
I did.
Did you ask specifically about the times he came up in January?
I did.
What was his answer to that?
So there was one day in January where he came up because he came up to go to Portsmouth. He didn't come up to see her, but she was going to come to Portsmouth and see him.
That's his answer, right?
Yeah.
So he tells you that he's coming up, but that they're going to meet in Portsmouth. Did he tell you the date of that?
I'm sure it's in here.
That's good. Page 23 to 24.
The 19th of January. Excuse me. The 10th of January.
Did he mention the 20th at all during that interview?
No.
Coming up the 20th, you said.
No, he did not.
But you specifically asked him about the times in January, and he just mentioned the 10th through the 13th.
Yes.
When you were asking about that time as he came up to Portsmouth, did he say whether he even saw her on that occasion? Page 24,
I did. He said that she was gonna, but she couldn't. So I said, she said she was gonna. Mauricio said, yeah. I said, did she come see you? No. Okay. His answer was because something happened at the house. I'm like, okay, I'll stay. And my response was, of course, she just didn't want to see you, but didn't know how to say it.
What was his response to that?
Most likely, probably.
I'll get back to the night of the alleged burglary, the night. And he had told you that he arrived at 11 p.m., is that right?
Yes.
Did he talk about what happened once he got there? Or whether he met with Rachel?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he say?
What page?
This is 30. Excuse me, 26.
26. Said he picked her up, they talked for a while, like 30 minutes. I asked where they went. He said, like, literally her house is right here. And like right there across the street, he was referencing a gas station.
So saying that he picked her up and they just hopped in the car, is that right?
Yep.
He didn't indicate at all that he had gone in her house when he came up that night.
No.
I guess consensually to hang out.
No.
Did you mention or ask him about going to get food at the McDonald's after that?
Yes.
Okay, and did he say that he went to get McDonald's?
Yes.
How did he structure the time frame from when he hung out with her versus when he got McDonald's? He's 25.
Yeah, he went to McDonald's after he dropped her off.
So they hung out, he went and got McDonald's, he dropped her off, and then he went and got McDonald's.
Yes.
And then ran to the home, that's their understanding.
That's the way he's explaining it at this point in the interview, yes.
And this would be like roughly like at midnight, is that how he described it?
But he said they were together around 12 to 12:30, 12:40, so he would have went to McDonald's 12:45, 1 o'clock.
McDonald's served breakfast food at midnight?
Not that I'm aware of. I think they started at 5 a.m.
Did you again confront him with his belief that he had been in the house earlier than he was saying he was?
Yes.
And what's his response to that? Page 28.
He says he went in around 2 in the morning.
Remember if he said how he got in?
He got in through a back door, which I was very confused on at the time.
Sustained. Go ahead, move on.
So he said he got in through the back door. Did he say whether that door was locked or unlocked?
It was unlocked.
Did you confront him again with this, I guess, belief that he had used a red pry bar to open the windows?
I did.
And what did he say?
No.
Did he indicate he had a red bar,
He said there was a yellow one in his truck.
but denied a red?
Yeah, I don't know if he denied a red one, but he would only specifically say there was a yellow one.
Did he again admit that he didn't have permission to be in the house on that evening?
Can you ask that again?
Sure. Did he again admit that he didn't have permission to be in the house on that evening?
Yes.
Why did he say or tell you initially that he was in the house?
Wanted to get his stuff back.
Did he qualify what specifically he was looking for?
At this point in the interview, I'm not sure. Do you have a page number?
33.
So he went looking for his fireplace, his belt, glasses, and a beanie.
Did you confront him specifically with a video of female genitalia?
I did.
And what was his response to that?
What page?
39.
So the first time I asked him, this doesn't indicate what his response was, and I don't remember. It's unintelligible here. But I asked what gave him the right to do that. He said he didn't know. I pointed out that her kid was laying in the bed next to her, and his response was, "I don't know what's wrong with me, sir. I don't know what happened."
And to be fair, you were present for this interview.
Yeah.
So you were the person asking questions.
Yes.
It was a long time ago.
Yes.
Is the transcript of the recording help you remember like exact phrasing?
Yes.
Did Did you ask him about the tile?
I did.
What did he say that the purpose in having that tile was for initially?
It was for his keys.
Did you confront him about the fact that it was wrapped in tape?
I did, and I pointed out the fact that blue painter's tape wouldn't attach to his keys.
And did you confront him with the belief that he's perhaps tracking her?
I did.
And would he admit to that at that point?
No.
Did you confront him about underwear that had been found in his trunk?
I did.
And what did he say about that?
What?
3-7.
I said, what about the panties? He said, those are hers, aren't they? Excuse me. I said, what about the panties? Those are hers, aren't they? When did you take those? Mauricio says, I don't know.
So he didn't specifically deny taking underwear at that point?
No.
So at this point, you had confronted him a few times with the information you had found. And what was your success in doing that?
A little.
So what did you do at that point?
At that point, I stepped out of the interview room to try to find another officer in the building that I could have a conversation with and explain to them that I wanted them to come into the room and portray that they were the cell phone person and that they'd been going through his cell phone for hours and confront him with pieces of information that we knew. That happened to be Officer Matt Burrell. At first, though, when I stepped out of the interview room, I asked if he was thirsty, and he said he was. I asked if he wanted a Coke, and I ended up offering him a Coke, which I had Captain Matt Duval get for him.
So when you came back into the room, what did you notice him doing?
Nothing, but I was told about something he did, and I later saw it on the camera.
So this interview's audio that you recorded.
Yes.
And what did you see him doing when you had stepped out of the room?
So as soon as he got the Coke and the captain had left the room, he grabbed the Coke and went to open it. And then he set it down and he sat back in his chair. And you could see him, it's like he's thinking, and all of a sudden he closes his sleeves over his hands and he goes back to the Coke can and he wipes all the prints off and wipes everything off the top of it. So when I went into the room, I told Mauricio that I didn't need his fingerprints, I already had them. At that point, he opened the Coke.
So Coke was truly just a Coke?
It was truly just a Coke.
So does Matt Burrell come back into the interview room with you?
He does.
Okay. And does he confront him with this video that there had been on the phone from the day before of the interior of the house?
Not the video itself, but he explains that he's been going through the phone. He's seen the video and he knows all the details of the video, yes.
And at this point, does he start to admit to it?
Yes.
And is he asked how he knew whether or not Rachel or her mom would be home when he would decide to go in without permission?
He would see that her Jeep wasn't there.
So he indicated he knew which Jeep drove?
Yes.
So he acknowledged, or did he acknowledge taking that video of the interior of the home at 10:15 on the 8th?
Yes.
So you ask him if he left the house after he took that video?
Yes.
And what does he say?
He did. He went back to his Airbnb.
Did you, again, confront him what was found in the car and ask if he had taken anything out of the house?
Yes.
And what does he say he took?
Photos and panties.
And after he started to acknowledge some of what you're confronting him with, what time did he say that he got there on Tuesday at this point?
I believe at this point it was 4 a.m. on Tuesday.
Can you tell us what he said he did that morning? At this point, it's page 59. I'm sorry, 63.
parked around the street from her house.
Did he say whether he got any kind of food that morning?
He got McDonald's.
Did he say what he did with McDonald's?
He brought it in the house.
Did he say how he got into the house?
At this point, it was still the back door.
Okay. What did he say he did when he was in there?
He walked around and ate. He looked for his items that were his, and he took the video of the bedroom, the stairway, the bedroom into the other bedroom.
See why he was taking that video?
Because it was messy.
So he acknowledged leaving to go, leaving the house, and I think he went to get his Airbnb. Did he say what else he did during that time frame?
He ended up going to Target
Did you say what he went to Target for?
to get the tile.
Did you ask what the purpose of the tile was?
I did, but I don't recall his answer at this point in the interview.
It's page 74.
He was going to put it in the car. In her car.
In her car. Did you ask why he was going to do that?
I did. His answer was he doesn't know what he was thinking. He's going a little bit crazy. He just didn't really know. He was messed up in the mind.
Nothing about that she wanted him to do that.
No.
So he goes to the Airbnb, goes and gets the tile. Did you ask him what time he got back to the house?
I did.
Okay. Is that still like around, I think, 11:30, 12?
It's late. It's 11:30, 12 o'clock. Yes, ma'am.
And he talks about, again, talking to Rachel in the car.
Yes.
Does he say what time he broke back in?
Around 2 in the morning. He doesn't say a time, but he puts together a timeline, and off of that, I assumed it was around 2 in the morning.
And do you flat out ask him again whether or not she had invited him over at that point?
I did.
And what did he say?
What page?
80.
Yes. I asked if she invited him over. He said no.
Did you ask whether she had invited him in as well?
Yes, and his response was no.
Did you ask specifically whether she told him to break in?
I did.
And what was his answer?
His answer was no.
Did you ask why he went upstairs into her bedroom?
I did.
What was his answer? I guess a better way to phrase that is, did you ask if the reason he went upstairs was because he wants a video?
Yes, my question was, all right, is that why you went upstairs, because you wanted a video of her? And Mauricio's response was, well, that, and also I was trying to find, I was trying to find it, and
So, going to the video, did you ask him, now that he was acknowledging more, about taking the video?
yes,
Did he acknowledge that when he took the video, Rachel was in bed?
yes,
Did he acknowledge that she was not awake?
he did.
What about the fact that her son was there?
He said he didn't see the child in the bed with her.
Did he explain to you how he was able to take the video?
Yes.
And how did he do that?
He lifted up, I think he said he lifted up the white thing and took the video and zoomed in.
Did he say what the purpose of the video was for?
It was for him.
Did he talk about what happened when Rachel woke up that morning?
Yes, but I don't recall.
We'll put it this way, did he talk to you about, I guess, running up the attic when he noticed that she woke up?
Yes, he went up into the attic.
At the end of the interview, did you give him the opportunity to add anything additional that he wanted to, I guess, make you know?
I did. I gave him carte blanche, ample time to. I asked him pointedly if there was anything else that he did that we needed to discuss, that we needed to get out into the open.
Did he ever mention anything to you about, I guess, this being some sort of consensual break-in?
No.
Or plan for some sort of sexual tryst?
No.
Did he ever mention at all during the interview coming up on January 20th?
No.
So at that point, do you have him write something for you?
I offered him the option to write a letter of apology.
And did he do that?
He did.
States 21 for ID. Look that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the letter that he wrote while he was there with you in the interview room?
It's a copy of it.
A copy of it, thank you. Is that like a fair and accurate depiction of what that note was on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
As the ID is struck and published as a full?
No objection.
All right, no objection to 21, ID is stricken.
If you could go ahead, I have a photo of it, but the jury will have that copy in the room. If you could just go ahead and read what that note says.
I don't know why I did this. I'm so stupid. What I did was a scary thing to do to you, and I'm sorry. I know you'll hate me, but it's fine. I deserve this. I am a horrible person, and I made your life miserable by doing this to you. I might go to jail, and I'm scared, so fucking scared. You're never gonna forgive me for this, but it's fine. I hope you and I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this, and you'll most likely hate me forever. Sorry is not gonna solve this. I made a something mistake. I did this to myself. I don't know why. I didn't mean for this to happen to you. I'm disappointed in myself. I disappointed something, and I'm sorry.
After this interview concludes, do you ask if the defendant would be willing to give a DNA sample?
I did.
What was the purpose of that?
Given the fact that I knew there was a half-eaten hash brown in the attic, his DNA would be able to confirm that that was his hash brown.
And do you ask his permission to search his truck?
I did.
And does he agree for permission? Does he give you permission to search his truck?
He gives a permission for both.
Oh. So do you take his swab? Do you take his DNA swab?
Yes.
What ultimately happens with that?
It gets sent to the state lab.
And what about the search of the truck?
Myself and Officer Seawards did that with Mauricio present with us.
So you physically went to the truck at the impound lot?
Yes.
And what was your purpose in going there?
At that point, we knew there were photographs of Rachel that belonged to Rachel in his truck. We knew that there were panties of Rachel that belonged to Rachel that were in the truck. And we had a very strong suspicion that there was a red pry bar used to enter the windows of the truck.
So you went to NEB's towing. Did you ultimately search the truck?
Yes.
What items did you find in the truck?
We seized 5 pairs of female undergarments. I don't remember the number of photographs, but there were a number of color printed photographs of Rachel that were in the truck. there was 2 receipts that were in the truck that we took, one for Target, one for McDonald's, and a red Supreme Pry Bar.
And you said the defendant was with you.
Yes.
Did he acknowledge ownership of all of these items?
He acknowledged the pry bar was his and the receipts were his.
I should say, did he acknowledge that he had, I guess, taken the items that weren't his?
Yes, he acknowledged each of those items were Rachel's.
States 34 and 33 for identification. Tell me what those are.
These are the receipts from the truck.
And one, can you just tell me where they're to?
Yes. This first receipt on top is from Target from February 8, 22 at 9:44 p.m.
And what are the purchases?
At Target, he bought a tile, bananas, and masking tape, and something else.
And the receipt for McDonald's.
McDonald's is from the McDonald's on Central Ave in Dover, dated 2/8/22 at 10:06 a.m. for hot cakes, hash browns, an orange juice, and a bottle of water.
I'm sorry if you said this already, but those are receipts you found in his truck.
Yes, these were receipts in his truck.
Then I'm gonna go show you some states. 38, we're at 40, 35, 37, 36, and 40. Can you tell me what those are?
These are the panties that were in his truck in the center console, excuse me, female undergarments that were in his truck in the center console.
Okay. And 40, is that I guess I don't know if you could tell from looking at it, whether that's also underwear?
I'm not sure if it's underwear or bathing suit.
Okay. But one of the two.
Yes, that covers the lower region of the body.
Okay. I asked the ID be struck from the 2 receipts and from the undergarments, bathing suit or undergarments. That's 33 through, sorry, 33, 36, 37, 35, 40, and 38.
Any objection?
No objection, sorry.
All right, so the ID is stricken.
Sorry, that was not.
So Attorney Grodd, we'll take our afternoon break now. Folks, we'll break until 3 o'clock, and then we'll come back and finish the day to 4 o'clock. Please leave your notebooks behind. Thank you.
Please rise.
All right, so we're going to do a quick little, let me just do a quick little, boink. Quick little recap here. We are, okay, so we took a lunch break and let's see, we came back with the cross of Victoria Burke. I don't think I did this little break here. Okay. Did I do this break? I did do this break. Okay. So the cross came back and it was Rachel. They played Rachel's 911 call. She says she hears noises in the attic. It may be a raccoon. Someone was walking around and she's afraid. She swears she saw someone and then hears noises. Mom got a little snarky with the cross, rightfully so, I guess. At the end of the phone call, she says there was a guy stalking me. She was not aware, meaning Mom was not aware of the relationship with Mauricio. Did she tell you they had sex that night? And she's like, God, no, would you want to hear about your kid's sex life? No, she did not talk about Rachel's sex life. So then Captain John Sunderland, who is on the stand right now as we're taking a break, I'll recap what he said under direct. He met the night shift to see if there was anything coming into the day shift, to see if there's any issues. He talked with Sergeant Lefevre, who we had heard from earlier. She was number one witness. He referenced the OnlyFans content and text messages. He searched the phone via Cellbrite. The car was towed to Maine. I'm not sure. New Hampshire is right there, but they must have been right on the border, because why would you tow a car into another state? He noticed that there were apps that were open. There were messaging apps, social media sites, and notes, and a tile app, so your notepad or your notes. There was a video of female parts in the house. Initially didn't strike him odd, but he said the time was at 3:19. So you just saw some lady parts and you were like, yeah, that's cool. Video suggested it was a Victorian-style house that Victoria and Rachel lived in. Then his computer froze. I thought that was pretty funny. He just looked at lady parts and yeah, his computer froze. He went back to the house, meaning this captain went back to the house around 10. He said after 10, before 11. He talked to Rachel. Did he have permission to be in her house and take videos? And she said no. He found all the items that were already mentioned, meaning the McDonald's wrapper, the cup with urine. He found the tile tracking device, which was wrapped in a blue painter's paper. And again, Brat and I were like, yeah, Brat, you're like, why would he wrap it in blue painter's paper? Why not just a cloth? Or maybe that's what he had access to, I guess. I don't know. It was an attic, so maybe that's what he had access to. He said he saw the window pane with clear fingerprint impressions, so he pushed up on it, meaning Mauricio pushed up on it. Then he went back to the station and he interviewed Mauricio. So he said, was he the cause of the damage and was he in the house? He said, did you use a pry bar? He said, no. Are you sure about that? He said he was sure. He said, are your fingerprints going to be on the window? Mauricio says no. Did you steal the keys? He says no. He claims he wasn't in the area at that time. He claims he didn't get to the house until February 8th at 11 p.m. He says Rachel invited him over, but she did not invite him in because it was her mother's house. And Mauricio confirms that he met Rachel on OnlyFans, and they started this FaceTime. And then Detective Sunderland says, was it love? He says, but at first, no, but it is what a man thinks it is. He said that she had been calling him. Mauricio says Rachel called him and when she was drinking and being smashed. So he was kind of talking about that. How did she treat you after sex? And he said she loved him, but then she hated him. So it was kind of this up and down. Maybe she was a little bipolar. Who knows? She definitely had some issues because she had some problems with men in her past. She had a 2-year-old when she was 24, so that means she was 22 when she gave birth. So take that for what it is. She might be a little bit immature. Who knows? He says he came in through an unlocked door. He went looking for his fireplace, a beanie, and his glasses. Again, how old is this kid? Unless I'm mistaking what a beanie is. He was confronted with the video of her, and his response was he didn't know what gave him the right. So he knows what's right from wrong. I don't think this kid is like insane or has issues like that. I think he just went over a line. I think he's more immature than anything, but he's going to grow up real fast, I have a feeling. He says, I don't know what's wrong with me, sir. I don't know what really happened. They found underwear in the truck. Underwear found in the truck. When did you take them? His response is, I don't know. And then the captain got, I guess, a can of Coke, and Mauricio goes to reach for it, but then he quickly, covers his hands and he wipes off the fingerprints, and the captain's like, I don't need your fingerprints. I already have them. He admits he took the video of the house because it was messy. That one is really interesting. Why would you take a video of the house because it's messy? You're going to show her afterwards, hey, look how dirty your house is? That was weird. He said he went to the Target to get the tile, which is the tracker. See, no Walmart this go around. We have a Target. Were you invited over and were you invited into Rachel's house? To both, he says no. Were you told to break in? Because that could have been some weird kinky thing. He said no. Did you not see the child lying naked, the 2-year-old, see the child lying in the bed next to her or with her? He says no. Rachel woke up and Mauricio runs to the attic. He offered to write a letter of apology. He was offered to write a letter of apology, and he does. I don't know why I did this. It was stupid. I'm a horrible person. I made your life miserable. Sorry, it's not going to solve this. I did this to myself. I don't know why. I'm disappointed in myself. I'm sorry. So he definitely got busted, and now he's feeling really ashamed. I get it. But he definitely crossed the line. They found 5 pairs of underwear and printed photos of Rachel. So I'm assuming they went to Kinko's. And they found a red Supreme Pry Bar and a McDonald's receipt in there. So, all right. So let's get back to said trial of Mauricio Guerrero. And it looks like we've got about another hour left, guys. So we'll be done around 2, which is good. Because then we got to get ready for our 4 o'clock stream with our guests. Our Christmas Eve stream starts at 4. So I hope you guys stick around for that. All right. Let me squeegee myself back. Pip squeegee myself back. Boink. And all right. Here we go. I'll see you on the other side.
I don't think we talked about the pictures.
Please be seated.
Attorney Garrod, when you're ready.
One thing I don't recall admitting, though, this does look like my ID is off, but I don't think we talked about the pictures.
Not yet.
All right, this is 39 to these. I think I might have moved it in maybe by the number, but do you have any objection to the photographs? No. So can you just tell me what those are?
These are a stack of photographs of Rachel at different points in her life and from modeling. These were found in the center console of Mauricio's truck.
Okay. What about that top picture there?
It is a photograph of her in a pregnant state.
And these pictures, any of them like nude photographs or anything like that?
I don't believe so.
In addition to all of these items, did you also get the keys to the truck?
Yes.
Let's talk for a minute about the keys. What, if anything, do you note about them?
So when I looked at the keys to the truck, there were, I think, 4 house-style keys, if you will. And one looked very similar to the key from Rachel's house that was attached to her key ring that I took photographs of when I was at the house earlier.
Did you ask the defendant about this?
I did.
And what did he respond?
I thumbed through each key with him, and he said one key belonged to his house, one key belonged to his room, one key belonged to his Airbnb, and one key belonged to a locket.
Like a necklace locket.
I mentioned that. I asked him, I think my simple question was, a locket? And he said it's a big locket.
But when you say a house style, you're talking about like a standard key, a couple inches big.
Yes, a standard house key.
Did you do anything with that key?
I gave the keys to Officer Seawards and directed Officer Seawards to go to the house and help Sergeant McKnight process the house while Officer Burrell rode with me and Mauricio back to the station.
And did you, yes, without getting into what Officer Seawards did with that key, did you ultimately have Officer Barrow follow up with the defendant later?
I did. I had Officer Burrell interview Mauricio some more.
Okay. And what's, I guess, what was the topic of that further interview supposed to be?
Regarding the key and regarding inconsistencies that at the time indicated he had been in the house as early as Monday.
So did that sort of end your interaction with the defendant that day?
Yes, I think it did.
Was part of ending your interaction, like booking process?
No, he was booked by other officers.
Are you familiar having looked at that booking information with his date of birth?
Yes.
And what is it?
3/7 of 2001.
So in early 2022, he would be.
He was 20 years old.
So in the days following the night, were you alerted to anything from NCIC regarding the defendant?
Yes, so later I became aware that Mauricio had been entered into the NCIC, which is the National Criminal Information Center.
Maybe, Coach?
Yes.
So Mauricio was entered into a National Criminal Information Center. Let's see if we hear what that's about. Interesting.
Moving on. Did you endeavor to do any interviews of any potential witnesses?
Yes.
And who?
Well, I attended the forensic for Rachel. I interviewed Victoria Burke, Rachel's mother, and I interviewed, I think it's Casey.
And who's Casey?
She would be a friend of Rachel's.
Going first to the interview of Victoria, and without getting into necessarily what was said, what was Victoria's demeanor like throughout that interview?
She was very upset. She had to pause several times because of how emotional she was.
And did she talk to you about having reached out to the Somersworth Police Department to report a missing key?
She did.
Based on that information, what did you do?
I went back and looked at the historical records of Somersworth Police and found that on Monday, February 6th in the evening time, an officer was actually dispatched to the home to unlock Rachel's car since they couldn't find the house key.
So you actually had a record of that at the police department?
Yes.
And does the police department typically keep records when they get calls out to dispatch like that?
Yes.
Are they entered in the database pretty simultaneously when they're taking these reports?
Yes.
This is, and is this that dispatch report?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me what time and day that police were dispatched for the report of keys potentially being locked in the car?
Oh, it's Monday, February 7th at 2011, which is 8:11 in the evening.
Thank you. I have this, the enters in full exhibit. I did not mark it yet.
Any objection? All right, it'll be a full exhibit, next number.
And you had mentioned a forensic interview of Rachel that we talked a little bit about. Did you bring anything with you to that forensic interview?
I did. I brought several photographs.
And what was your purpose in doing so?
So they were photographs that I noted as either evidentiary or I questioned what they were, and they all came from my analysis of the phone over the next couple days.
Did you attempt to get other, I guess, records relevant to the rest investigation?
Yes, I did search warrants for a bunch of different places.
What about Google records?
I did do a search warrant for Google.
And what was the purpose of that?
To see if there were any information contained in the records of Google that weren't contained on the phone extraction.
And was there anything relevant to your investigation for Google?
There was a search about, there was a search late at night on the 9th, in the morning when he was in the home.
Late night morning?
In the morning of the 9th. Sorry. I don't recall the exact search.
Okay. But seeing I'm sorry, when you're reviewing this information that comes back from Google, are you documenting it in a report?
Yes.
And is the purpose of that report to help you remember these small details?
Yes.
But seeing a copy of that report help you remember How much the
Yes.
search was for?
It certainly would.
75.
The search terms were, can drunk tell you something if you convince them? Now, my report indicates the search was on,
Yes, you want to come forward?
That search. That, I've just been answering this, but what time was that search performed from the Google record?
so my report indicates the search was at 7:12 in the morning. However, that's because the records from Google are in the universal time code, which has to be calculated based on where you are. That would make that search, given this time of year, at 2:12 in the morning on February 9th.
Did you also get T-Mobile records?
I did.
What was your purpose in doing that?
The phone downloads were, the phone downloads provided a lot of location information. It was actually so much that my system just couldn't process it. So I asked for records from T-Mobile, one, to verify communications that were in the phone, and two, to get the actual phone GPS data from T-Mobile.
And did you do anything with that phone GPS data?
I did. I sent all the GPS data to Nespin.
What is Nestle?
Nespin is, I can't tell you what the acronym stands for at the moment, but it's a group that helps law enforcement agencies with investigations.
And what was your purpose in sending that information to them? What do you want them to do with it?
So that they could compute the data and make the location information more readable, more friendly.
Did you also get Snapchat, did you also get Snapchat records?
I did get Snapchat records.
And do the Snapchat records, I guess, were they communicating with Snapchat?
They were up to a point in January.
And do you know why they stopped communicating in Snapchat in January?
She asked if he knows. So the answer to that first is yes or no, and then we'll go from there. So yes or no?
Yes.
How do you know?
Objection.
Okay. Well, this is the foundation question. How do you know?
Based off my searches of the phone.
Did he also talk about in his interview whether or not they had stopped talking on Snapchat?
I believe he did.
Page 7. Right. There.
He did, and that's because they had, she had blocked him.
Were the Snapchat messages ending, I guess, consistent with his story that they had stopped communicating via Snapchat?
Yes.
Did you also go to Target?
Yes.
What was your purpose in doing that?
To confirm that that receipt matched the purchase and that Mauricio was the person in the store making that transaction.
And were you able to get stills from their surveillance of the defendant?
We were.
Is this a still from that surveillance?
It is.
Of,
Mauricio walking out of Target.
and that's the still that you received from the surveillance from Target?
Yes.
I can have that entered as a full exhibit.
No objection.
All right, that'll be a full exhibit, the next number.
Did you also get a call from Victoria indicating that she had located something at the house?
Yes.
possession ultimately of what she gave you?
Yes, it was a note.
And who was the suspected writer of that note?
Mauricio.
So I'm going to go talk now about the phone. You had mentioned on the 9th that you had initially done like a search of that for computer crash.
Yes.
Was that it? I guess before your computer crash, did you do an in-depth analysis of the phone?
No.
After, or I guess in the days following, did you attempt to do a more thorough analysis of the phone?
Yes.
What was your process in doing that?
So at first, the first thing I did was obtain a search warrant for the phone. And then I brought the phone to, I think I brought the phone here to the sheriff's department for a gray key download, which is essentially a mirror image of the phone, to determine what changes had been made to the phone from the original extraction.
Can you explain that a little bit further?
So basically what the gray key is it's a mirror image of the device. Everything that's on the device is available in the download. Whether or not the system you're using parses all the data is a different question, but that would show me if items were removed, if items were deleted, and it would also give me a lot more information that wasn't available on my other downloads.
So going back, why did you think that was a possibility? Why did you think that there was some maybe potentially things deleted after you replayed the phone? Can you just talk about like that sequence of events?
So originally, after the first download, we gave him his phone back, and I was aware, based on the investigation, that he had his phone for many hours, and even in the interview when we had stepped out of the room, he would be actively doing something on his phone. So I believed he would probably been deleting information.
So you had his phone initially, then you gave it back to him, and then you took it back for another download and compared the two.
Yes.
Was his phone password protected?
I don't remember.
I want to go now to look at the phone, the extraction, the data that was recovered from either the gray key, second extraction, or the initial one. Did you review going back to January of 2022?
Yes.
Was there anything to indicate to you that in mid-January the defendant might have been planning some sort of break-in?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a video on his phone at either late at night. No, it had to be the early morning of January 20th. And the video was, simply put, the video was the phone on the outside of a building that had a wood frame window. I think it was a 6-pane window. And you can see the phone inserted through a missing pane and then go down to one specific corner as if the person were using the video to determine why the window won't open. Because the video kind of stops as soon as a nail comes into view, and then it comes right back out.
And you said that video was taken in the early morning of January 20th?
Yes.
In the days prior to that, were there any images of anything to indicate that the user might have been interested in doing a burglary? That's much makes sense.
There were images in the phone of torsion wrenches. And a torsion wrench is a tool you use if you're trying to pick a lock. You use a lock pick and a torsion wrench. A torsion wrench puts tension on the lock, so as you're trying to pick it, once you get the tumblers to fall in the right spot, it will move.
So January, do you remember when that image was from?
January 15th.
So on January 15th, you find information about torsion wrenches?
Yes.
All right, and January 20th is the video of the phone going into the window.
Yes.
It states 30 for identification. Can you tell me what that's a photograph of?
That's a photograph of a torsion wrench or a tension wrench.
And I guess where did this image come from?
This would have come from one of the downloads,
Okay, so
but I don't know which download.
this was on his phone?
Yes.
And you said that this was dated January 15th.
Yes, I believe this was January 15th.
Could you write that date somewhere on the page for me?
Do you want me to mention?
Sure, thank you. And is this a fair and accurate picture of an image that you found on his phone?
Yes.
And fair and accurate to say that was from January 15th of 2020. You wrote 2023.
2022.
I asked the ID be struck on 30.
Any objection?
No objection.
ID will be stricken on 30.
Was there any other photographs from January 20th?
Yes, there was a photograph of a poem.
This states 29 for ID. Is that the photograph of the poem?
It is.
What's the poem titled?
Dear Summer Raindrops,
And who's the author of the poem according to this photograph?
Rachel Nunez.
And is that the photograph you found on his phone
Yes,
from, I think it was January 20th?
it was January 20th.
Could you write the date somewhere on there? And the time, if you know it.
I don't.
Would seeing a copy of the metadata help you remember the time it's
It
taken?
would. So that was 3:28 in the morning.
The ID, I asked the ID be struck from 29 after his assault.
No objection.
If there's no objection, ID will be stricken.
Okay, so this is the poem. Number is escaping me now, but is this the copy of that poem?
Yes,
Okay, so that's just a photograph, literally a photograph of a written poem.
yes.
That was found on his phone. And this is the, what would this be?
That's the photograph of the tension or torsion wrench.
Just give me 1 second. Do you know what that's a still image of?
That's a still image of the window that's recorded on January 20th. That window's actually in the back barn area of Victoria Burke and Rachel Nunez's house.
Alright, just trying to find the code in this. Will you? So this is states 19
again, please?
Sorry, 19. So I'd ask the ID be struck, entered as a full. I am going to have him mark it, so I guess I'd ask that happen before it's a full.
If it's offered as a full exhibit, we don't object.
No objection? All right,
Just
so,
gonna have him mark the time on it.
all right.
So if you could just mark with this Sharpie, has the date of January 20th, 2022. If you could just mark the time,
I don't know the time.
that's fine.
My report would help.
I also have that metadata if that helps you.
Yes.
Want some more?
Sorry.
Might help.
So that was at 2:51 in the morning.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna play this. Let's do that one more time since it skipped at the beginning. So that's the video you're referencing, the phone going in the window.
Yes.
Now we talked about Snapchat messages. Were you also able to review text messages sent between the defendant and Rachel?
Yes.
And was there more than one text thread?
There were.
Same number?
No, 2 different phone numbers.
2 different phone numbers for who?
For Rachel.
Were there any other platforms that they were messaging on?
There were.
Can you just name some of those that you recall?
I remember they were messaging on Snapchat. He was messaging somebody on Instagram, but I don't remember if it was Rachel. I don't remember if they were using Facebook.
Well, I guess conversations of significance, where would have those been located to?
So the messages on the phone, both phone numbers, he was using a multitude of different platforms to text Rachel, or to message Rachel. He was using Instagram to message Casey. And those are the only ones I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, did you review the conversations that they had, specifically directing the attention to January 19th and 20th?
Yes.
Did you see anywhere in any of those messages any indication that the defendant told Rachel that he was here in New Hampshire?
No, he never told her he was here.
And directing your analysis of the phone up through February 7th, was there any media that you were able to look at his phone that had dates of February 7th? include seeing a copy of the metadata copy you remember?
Yes.
You know what I did with it? Right there, thank you.
Oh, on February 7th, there were photographs in the phone of him taking pictures of a router.
And did you know if he was wearing anything in that photograph? I know it's just a hand, but.
So it's a left hand with a bracelet that appeared to be the same bracelet that Mauricio was wearing at the time he was arrested, the time he was booked, the time I interviewed him.
Photograph states 26 for identification. And is that a picture of hand with a bracelet with the modem that you were just describing?
It is.
Can you tell me what time that picture was taken?
This was taken at 8:50 in the morning, 8:50 a.m.
Right on there somewhere, the time and date. States 26, I'd ask that that be entered as a full.
Any objection? So the ID is stricken on 26?
Any significance in the numbers in the bottom of a modem from the router, to your knowledge?
I don't know why he was taking pictures of that.
Fair enough. Did you also, in looking at his phone, get any location data information from that day as it pertains to the wireless network?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me how that works in a phone download, how you're able to tell where someone is based on a wireless network?
So that's the grade key download. That's the download that gives you more information. The copy of the phone, if you will. It has the ability to tell you what devices and what networks connect, or that the device connects to.
And were you able to look at information from February 7th of what networks he was connecting to?
I did. I don't recall exactly what networks he was connected to on that day.
I was going to say, are you going to be able to remember the exact times and dates?
No, but my report would help.
Okay, you wrote that down in your report.
Yes.
All right. Why don't you hold on to that, and I'll ask you a few questions. But first, can you tell me around early morning on February 7th, what wireless network he was connecting to?
So around 03:30 hours, he was in the area of Rachel's home. He was connecting to networks on Grove Street, Grand Street, High Street, and Highland Street, among other streets in the Hilltop area.
When you say Hilltop area, is that street?
So their street, Highland Street, is a street in the Hilltop area, and it's called the Hilltop area because it goes up to the top of a hill. And it's, for the most part, you have High Street on the bottom of the hill, Grand Street at the top of the hill, and every other street connects in between.
Can you tell me how long he's in that area for, approximately? Or when he leaves that area?
So he leaves the area, according to the wireless networks, he leaves the area around 1 in the afternoon and goes to Target and Home Depot area.
Can you tell what time he's leaving, what time he's back near Rachel's area?
By 2 o'clock, he's back on the road heading back in the direction of Rachel's house. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, excuse me.
In the area of Target, Home Depot, for these people that are familiar with Somersworth, what other stores are in that general area?
So at the time, you would have had Home Depot, Target, Walmart, the Irving, the Walmart gas station, KFC, Burger King,
Are you aware of any of those establishments are making keys?
Yes. Home Depot makes keys. I don't know if Walmart did at the time.
And when is he back? You said he was back heading toward Rachel's house at what time?
By 2 o'clock.
Any other location hit from that day?
At 11:57 at night, he's again connecting to networks on High Street, and it appears that he's headed to Rachel's home.
Moving on to the next day, February 8th. In your analysis of the phone from February 8th, were you able to find any media photographs of relevance to your investigation in his phone?
Yes.
And what were those?
February 8th would have been the video he took of her house. I believe he took photographs of her router again. And I feel like there's something else, but I can't think of it.
Fair enough. This shows you. States 24 for identification. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a photograph of Rachel's bedroom.
And do you recall when he took that?
I don't.
So you're copy of the metadata to help you remember.
It would.
If you want to write down what day and time that was taken.
So this was taken on February 8th at 10:36 in the morning.
Anything in that picture of significance to you?
So on the left side of the picture towards the bottom of the bed and in the center of the picture towards the bottom of the bed, it looks to be the red bathing suit type of item, or at least half of the red bathing suit item that was taken from the truck.
Perhaps the ID be struck on 24 and is full.
So ID stricken on 24, it'll be a full exhibit.
And this states 20 for identification. The video on this, but I'm going to have you identify the still first for me. That still is an image of.
This is of the still is an image of the video.
Yeah.
And that
That's
was,
what I'm asking.
yeah, yes, it is.
Okay. And can you tell me when that video was taken?
10:36 in the morning.
Would you mark the disc with that, please?
Yeah.
ID stricken on 20, it'll be a full exhibit.
So I'll publish both of those. So that would be the video? Probably more helpful.
Yes.
To display it. the image?
Yes.
And that's that red item in the foreground is what you're talking about with the bathing suit.
Yep, there's one in the middle on the bottom, towards the bottom of the bed, and it looks like the other half at the foot of the bed in the middle.
What about the wireless network location from that day?
That shows he got to the house that morning around 5 past midnight.
Were you able to confirm if he was in the home during the middle of the day when those pictures were, videos were taken?
I believe he was, but a report could certainly help.
Page 97.
So my report indicates he gets to the house around 0005 on February 8th and is connecting to Grand, Prospect, Highland, and other places in close proximity to the house. Then again at 10:19, he's back connecting to the same networks, or the networks on the same streets. And again at 6:35, he's connecting to addresses in the area of Rachel's house.
So moving on to the early hours of February 9th, the early morning hours, so the morning he's arrested. Were there any photographs or videos taken in those early hours?
There were.
Okay. Talk about some of the items that were photographed.
So in the early morning hours, he took photographs of her cell phone while the lock screen was open, and it showed a missed phone call. He took photographs of her driver's license. And then I think he took pictures of something else.
This is 32 and 31 and 32.
Yep.
What are those pictures of?
So 32 is a picture of Rachel's cell phone on the lock screen showing a missed phone call, 2 missed phone calls. That phone being lit up shows the time that this picture was taken was 03:39 hours. And 31 is a photograph of Rachel Nunez's New Hampshire driver's license.
You want to just note for me when those pictures were taken, and I have this if it helps.
I will need that for the time. On the driver's license. And the driver's license photo was taken at 2:36 in the morning on the 9th.
And by the way, this sheet that we keep using for refresher recollection, what is that?
This is a data page from a Cellbrite report that shows me the image, or the title of the image. It shows me the metadata of the image, and metadata it would contain information for the date and time that it was taken. Sometimes it has the device that took it, sometimes it has the location that took it. It also has a thumbnail of the photograph.
Ask the ITV struck on 31 and 32.
No objection.
Right, 31 and 32, ID is stricken.
Was there also a, we talked about it a little bit now, a video taken?
Yes.
What was that video of?
That was a video of the vagina.
Sure.
So you viewed that video?
Yes.
Okay. I have it on a disc right here. I'm not gonna play it, but if you could just mark for identity. Well, first of all, do you see that? Was that the metadata for that video on that sheet in front of you?
Yes, it indicates the video was taken on February 9th at 3:19 in the morning.
Could you mark that disc somewhere with that information? Thank you. And what I have here is I guess, can you tell me what that is? It's 23 for identification.
So 23 is a still shot taken from the video, and this shows that the video was taken under the white comforter. It shows that the female is laying on the red patchwork blanket, and it shows that she is unclothed from the waist down, her legs are spread, and this photo shows a black box covering her vagina.
So is that essentially a still from the video that you observed with kind of a redaction around her private area?
Yes.
Your Honor, told defense that my intention is to submit the video so the jury has it, but for now to just display the redacted copy.
Of the still?
Yes.
So first, do you have any objection to the entry as full exhibits of what's
I do
the...
not, I have no objection to the process she's outlined.
All right, what's the exhibit on the video?
So the video is 18 and the still is 23.
So the ID is stricken and you can publish 23.
Thank you. So that's the video, that's the image we were just describing.
Yes.
Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
So on the bottom of the screen is the blanket that she lays on top of, like I said, the red patchwork type of blanket. You can see in the video, Rachel's left leg comes across the middle of the screen and it's bent towards the top, coming down to her thigh, and then her right leg's kind of probably stretched off a little to the right, as you can see. In this, she's not wearing any clothes. And then the comforter is at the top of the screen.
So this would be her right thigh, is that right?
Yes.
And her left thigh?
Yes.
And left shin?
Yes.
And then, just real quick, I'm sorry. This is another image we just looked at.
This is the image of her driver's license.
Okay, and then
and this image is the image of Rachel's cell phone with the lock screen open.
When you looked at the phone analysis for those early morning hours of February 9th, were you able to determine, looking at the phone download, what applications he was accessing in those early morning hours?
He was accessing a multitude of different apps in the early morning hours while he was in the home.
Such as?
The camera being one of them. He was on social media sites. He was on messaging sites. He was he had the Note app on his phone open. I believe he was connected to the tile. Those are the ones I can recall off the top of my head.
So you also had the ability to look at whether he had placed any phone calls in those early morning hours.
Yes.
And what was your analysis show?
So after he took a picture of the iPhone with the lock screen, he called the phone number that was on it twice, but he dialed *67 before calling the number, so his number wouldn't show.
So I'm sorry, just to clarify that, the image we just looked at is what you're talking about with the home screen.
Yes.
That he, with a missed call with a number.
Yes.
And you're saying he called the number that was on that lock screen after that.
Yes.
And can you just explain *67?
*67 blocks the outgoing number, so it doesn't show on caller ID what number is calling.
Did she make any other *67? He make any other *67 phone calls on that number?
He made other *67 phone calls. I don't remember if they were late at night on the 8th or early in the morning on the 9th, and those phone calls were to Rachel's number.
Next thing into some of the messages, Your Honor, I think this would probably be a sensible place to start for today.
All right, since it's 5 minutes of 4, what we'll do is suspend for today. We will resume tomorrow morning. I need to check because I don't remember if it's 9 or 10 o'clock tomorrow, so hold on. Tomorrow's the 11th, right? 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So please be here at a couple minutes before 10 and we'll get started. Please leave your notebooks behind. And just one more reminder, if you are inadvertently exposed to any media tonight, please report that in the morning. All right, thank you.
Please rise.
And Crystal, can we stay on the record for a moment? And can we do the Anaya discussion at this point?
Sure, Madam.
Yeah, take a moment with...
All right, we're going to stay on the record with them until the very end. Okay, yeah, looks like the judge does come back. Oh, somebody's waving. That was funny. Oh. Watch. Hey, that's me. That's me waving to the court. There I am, waving. All right, looks like the judge is going to come back. See, I made her laugh. All right, I'll come back after this.
Mr. Guerrero, you can go ahead and have a seat. As I believe Attorney Starbranch just discussed with you, one issue that I wanted to discuss with you is the apparent defense that you are asserting in this case. Attorney Starbranch suggested in his opening that to the charges of burglary, that your defense is you are not guilty because you did not have the intent to commit an offense when you entered the structure. He has suggested to the jury that while that's not a burglary, it might form the basis for a conviction on the lesser offense of criminal trespass. Now, the difference between the two charges, burglary does require that you have an intent to commit a separate offense when a person enters an occupied structure such as a home. Criminal trespass is simply not being authorized or privileged to enter or remain in that occupied structure. Do you understand the difference between the two charges? You don't have to stand up, it's okay. Do you understand the difference between the two charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you have a discussion with Attorney Starbranch about a defense strategy of essentially acknowledging a lesser offense of criminal trespass? I know that Attorney Starbranch hasn't done that expressly, but he has certainly set the stage to ask the jury that if they're going to find you guilty of that lesser offense. Did you have the discussion with him about that defense strategy?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you authorize him to make that request of the jury, if it comes to that, to find you guilty of a lesser offense of criminal trespass?
Yes, Your Honor.
You did have that discussion with him?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you did authorize him to make that argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you do so freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, sir. Thank you. I appreciate your honesty and your input on that. Is there anything further from the state on that issue?
No, that issue, no.
All right. Attorney Starbranch, anything further on that issue?
No, Your Honor.
And judging from Attorney Garad's response, I think she has something else to talk about.
Which is very quickly. So we're going to get into some messages tomorrow. Attorney Starbranch and I agreed to redact a couple of words from the exchange.
Can you approach?
Sure, I was going to say what they are. But
Okay.
All
I'm
right.
just going to say there's just going to be black boxes over certain items, and I don't want the jury to think that I'm hiding something from them. And accordingly, there's also a black box over the note part that you
Sure.
redacted.
So I typically will instruct the jury whenever you ask me to about what redactions are, why they occur, and that they're not to speculate about what's been redacted that's been deemed not to be relevant to the case.
Yep, that's all I would ask for that appropriate time.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Have a nice night.
Thank you. 10 o'clock, sir?
Sorry?
10 o'clock?
10 o'clock tomorrow, yes.
Chris, we will not.
Numbers are gone, that's how the numbers are. Well, except your mic, I leave that going all the time, so I can hear everything you're saying.
Let me tell you a secret, Crystal. Let me tell you a secret.
Do you need something, Terry? You guys need some help?
Crystal, do you know if this is going to be locked tonight? If I can leave stuff here?
It will be locked.
All right, chat. Let's recap the ending of day one there. All right, so we didn't get to redirect, but we're still talking about Captain John Sunderland. And he talks about stacks of photos of Rachel's modeling in different stages of her life that they found in Mauricio's truck. And there was one when she was pregnant as well. He did not find any nudes, though. There were keys on a keychain, and he was not there when the officer went back to check if those were keys to the house. Then they talked about the NCIN, which is the National Criminal, I'm sorry, NCIC, which is the National Criminal let me try that again. NCIC, National Criminal Information Center. And that created a sidebar. So, and then that didn't come back out. So maybe he had to register, or I want to hear more about that. Captain Sunderland interviewed Victoria, Rachel, and then Casey. First time we heard about Casey, who's a friend of Rachel's. Monday, February 7th at 8 p.m. Okay, so this was the day before Mauricio was arrested, if you will, because he was arrested like the 8th into the 9th, the morning of. An officer was dispatched to open Rachel's car because she didn't have her keys. There was a Google search on the morning of the 9th, but Captain Sunderland could not recall that exact search. And then I have Ken drunk. So yeah, he thought he was maybe searching something for like, can a drunk tell you blah, and that caused a sidebar, and then that was it for that sidebar. He said that search was at 7:12 Greenwich Mean Time, so that would have made it 2:12 in the morning. He talked about Snapchat records, and they stopped communicating in January. Based on phone searches, he knows that why they stopped talking, because she told him, I want to end it, stop. Rachel had Rachel had blocked Mauricio back in January. There was a still photo of Mauricio coming out of the Target, so that confirms that he was there, and that's when he obtained a search warrant for the home. He had the phone. He gave it back to Mauricio. Then he took it back for another extraction. And that's when he found the video of the window opening, and he described it as if, this person was opening the window and had the video or the phone so that they could kind of figure out how or what was blocking the video from opening. But we actually do end up seeing that video. There was a photograph of a poem that Rachel wrote called Dear Summer Raindrops. There was a photo of a tension wrench, which didn't go anywhere. I don't know why they brought that in. Why would he use a tension wrench? There was a photo of the window, and then the video was shown of that window, of he's kind of trying to open it, and I guess it was getting blocked by something. Then there was an Instagram message to Casey, or that's how he communicated with Casey. So I definitely want to hear more about that. There was a photo of a red bathing suit that was beside the bed. He took a video of the house because it was messy. Who does that? He took photos of her driver's license and her locked cell phone. And then there was a still photo of her, in bed, naked from the waist down, and her legs were open. He makes a *67 call, which is it's a code that you can dial before a phone number to hide your caller ID and make your number appear as private or blocked on the recipient's caller ID. And then they ended for the day, so that was day one, and then the judge asked him, do you understand the charges? And he said yes, including the burglary charges, but I guess he's going to plead not guilty. Julie thinks that's what she heard. I kind of missed that, but she thinks that he's going to plead not guilty. So. All right. Do you have any questions, guys? Let's see. All right. We are going to be streaming today at 4, a Christmas Eve special with friends and special guests. We've reached out to a couple content creators, so we'll see if they stop in. And you guys know them both, but I'm not going to say anything because they may not show up. But we've got, who do we have? We have P.I. Sam joining us. We have Sneaky. Hopefully, Jules and my friend Tony are going to start us off at 4. And then P.I. Sam and Therapist will be joining us hopefully around 6 or so. And then Sneaky and I hope Krista Limited Edition. She wanted to be on, so hopefully she will join us around 8. So guys, join us for that. If you don't have anything else to do, or even if you are doing something like Dwayne and Sharon, you guys are going to be hanging out with your friends and family, put us on in the background. We're here for you, and we'll just be streaming for as long as we can, or as long as we're sober. I don't know. We'll be drinking, but I don't plan on being that wrecked. But anyway, thank you guys. Thank you, Erin, for putting together. She put together some cool music for us tomorrow to listen to. We're not going to stream tomorrow. Well, actually, we will, but I won't be on camera. We'll be streaming some music. Erin put that together, so it'll be cool if you guys want to join us. Just have it on in the background. We'll be having it on in the background, and we'll be chatting if you guys want. But thank you to Erin. Thank you to OnlyFans. Thank you to Julie, our mods. Thank you, Therapist Thank you, Brat. You guys are fantastic. Really appreciate you what you do on the mod side. And join us today at 4. I'm going to go grab some lunch and relax a little bit. And I will be back at 4. Thank you all for joining us. And we'll see you then. All right. Merry Christmas. Yes, Haley Mouse, Merry Christmas to you. And we'll see you later. Hopefully you guys can join us for some hilarity. I don't know what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about anything and everything. There's nothing that we're not going to talk about, I guess. So we'll see you guys. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you later today. Bye.